Chapter 1728. As the sixth person on the list, Kong Chen was definitely a true expert and also an extremely proud person. Zhang Yongxi had actually informed him about the trip to the small world, but was rejected. In his words, a mere 7-colored weapon was nothing in the end. However, it was such a proud existence that not only did he not show any dissatisfaction when he heard Zichen ask them to renegotiate the matter of the dragon boat, he even agreed without asking for the reason. His attitude was simply too cooperative. This made Zhang Yongxi, who had prepared a speech, a little confused. Seeing Zhang Yongxi's expression, Kong Chen immediately guessed the doubts in his heart. He pointed at the martial leaderboard and said, "Go there and take a look. You'll understand." Zhang Yongxi's figure flashed and went as expected. Then he quickly returned. He naturally understood why Kong Chen had such an attitude. Kong Chen, who was originally sixth, had now become second. The first, second, third, fourth, and fifth had all disappeared. The first place had now been replaced by Zichen. Even he, who was 11th on the list, had entered the top 10 because Wang Yuanshan and the others had left the list. Kong Chen looked at Zhang Yongxi with a bitter smile on his face. "Congratulations on entering the top 10. Zichen had entered the list and pushed down Long Fei and the others who had left long ago. Kong Chen's ranking had advanced to second. This was a great honor. Logically speaking, he should be happy. However, he couldn't feel happy at all. Zichen's rise was too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't accept it and suffered a huge blow. How many years had it been since Zichen came to the battlefield of despair? However, he had already pushed down Long Fei 3 times and stood at the peak of the Imperial Sky region. One must know that they had worked hard for far too long to enter the list back then. Zhang Yongxi sighed and said, "The new generation of the continent surpasses the old. This is also a great fortune for us humans. Zichen still has a lot of room for growth. In the future, he will definitely be able to intimidate the other races." Kong Chen nodded with deep understanding and said, "In the future, this world will belong to these young people." Then he asked Zichen, and the others have broken through again in a short period of time. Did they encounter an opportunity? Zhang Yongxi told him what had happened in the small world. When Kong Chen heard about the black weapon and the dragon-shaped weapon, he was immediately shocked. In the end, his face was filled with deep regret. Zhang Yongxi could completely understand Kong Chen's current feelings. After all, back then, when he saw those weapons with his own eyes, the regret in his heart was even stronger than Kong Chen's. He could also understand the reason why Zichen did this. Just like in the Dragon Tomb, Zichen needed complete authority to speak, or to be more precise, complete control. Before that, he needed absolute power. Afterwards, Zhang Yongxi met with the original 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th experts and conveyed Zichen's intentions. These people's attitudes were the same as Kong Chen's, and they didn't refuse. The change in the rankings made Zichen an absolute powerhouse among the humans. No one could refuse Zichen's invitation. After that, Zhang Yongxi went to the soul-devouring clan and conveyed Zichen's request for a trade to the strongest expert of the soul-devouring clan. This was an expert ranked first on the rankings. He didn't go to the small world in the Dragon Tomb last time. The reason why he appeared this time was because he heard that the dragon boat had docked. In the entire Imperial Sky region, there was no major matter that could be concealed. After Sydney heard Zhang Yongxi's intentions, he asked, "It's Zichen who just entered first place on the martial rankings." "That's him," said Zhang Yongxi. "I've heard about him. He's a very good young man. He's persistent and has principles. I think it'll be a pleasant thing to trade with a young man like him," said Sydney. Clearly he agreed. Zhang Yongxi nodded. As expected, the face of the first person on the martial rankings was more useful. He indeed admired Zichen's way of doing things. However, all of this was built on pure power. Without absolute power, everything would be nothing but bubbles. Zichen didn't say when he'll go. The sooner the better. As for the others, they can go later. All right, I'll go as soon as possible. Zhang Yongxi nodded and left. This expert ranked first on the martial rankings was usually a lofty and important figure. Now he had completely become a messenger. He quickly went to the Dax tribe. As expected, he also saw the existence ranked first on the martial rankings. These people wouldn't normally appear, so it was extremely difficult to see them. The reason why it was so easy was because of the ancient dragon boat. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to leave the battlefield of despair. The other tribes had no reason to refuse Zi Chen's invitation. They all nodded in agreement. Due to the flow of time, Zi Chen had to wait for another month before the experts of the soul-devouring race arrived in this world. During these 2 months, the construction of the tribe had already begun to take shape. Sydney stood outside the tribe and looked ahead. Beside him stood Casey. He was Zi Chen's former enemy. During their first battle, he'd posed a considerable threat to Zi Chen. However, the difference in their battle prowess had gradually increased. Now, the gap between their battle prowess had become boundless. "Ancestor, this is where Zi Chen is," said Casey respectfully as he stood beside Sydney. "I heard that you fought before." "Yes, back then, we were both at the peak of the 8th level. During that battle, I was on the brink of death, but I broke through at the crucial moment and then escaped. I had a chance to kill him in that battle. However, after that it was impossible." Keith recounted the events of the battle. There was nothing embarrassing about saying that he couldn't defeat Zi Chen. After all, it was Zi Chen, the number 1 on the martial rankings. He was comparable to Long Fei when he was only at the middle stage of the 9th level. His future was limitless. He's not afraid of your soul devouring divine ability. Interesting. Sydney looked ahead and smiled. Casey had awakened his bloodline and was now an expert on the martial rankings. If it wasn't for Zi Chen, his name would definitely shake the entire Imperial Sky region. However, Zi Chen was too stunning and his rise was too fast. Compared to people like Zi Chen, Casey wasn't very eye-catching. Casey said, "His soul is very special. Both of us are at the same level. I admit that I'm no match for him. Should I call him out now?" Sydney said indifferently, "No need. He will come out himself." As he spoke, a surge of energy surged out from Sydney's body. Casey, who was nearby, instantly paled under the pressure of this aura. However, in the next moment, the uncomfortable feeling around him disappeared. Instead, a loud shout came from the tribe in the distance. As expected of the number 1 on the martial rankings, his means were indeed terrifying. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Casey saw Zi Chen again. It had only been a few months since the last time, but Zi Chen had broken through again. This made Casey, who was still at the early stage of the 9th level, feel ashamed. Sydney's aura was still surging, without any intention of suppressing it. Zi Chen's body began to shine with golden light. The dazzling golden light was like a golden sun. A golden barrier, with Zi Chen as the center, expanded for thousands of meters, blocking Sydney's aura. The panicked tribe regained its calm. One figure after another appeared. Looking at those familiar figures, Casey's expression changed again. Thinking back, if he fought alone, he could confidently say that he could kill any one of the 11 people. But now, Casey shook his head and felt bitter. Not only had the gap between him and Zi Chen widened, but the gap between him and these people had also widened. Casey concluded that it was not that he did not work hard, but that these people had improved too quickly. Sydney's aura immediately retracted, and he praised, as expected of the number 1 on the martial rankings, "Your soul is perfect." Zi Chen smiled faintly, and the golden light around him dissipated. When Casey heard this, he was very surprised. The next moment he sighed. Facing a perfect soul, his loss was not unjustified. "My name is Sydney." Sydney and Kos walked forward. Zi Chen replied faintly. The two of them were acquainted. Zi Chen did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Senior, since you are here, you must be the strongest person in the soul-devouring tribe. You should be able to make decisions for the soul-devouring tribe. Sydney shook his head and said, I dare not accept the title of senior. Little friend Zi-Chin, you can call me Sydney or Old Man Sydney. As for the soul-devouring tribe, since I am here, you can rest assured. As long as your request is reasonable, I can do it for you. That would be best. Come with me. The two of them arrived at Zi-Chen's residence. After the women of the tribe served tea and snacks, Sydney asked, Zi-Chen, what kind of deal are you going to make with the soul-devouring tribe? I have a dragon soul. If you want to board the ship, I can guarantee that some of you will board the ship. You need to provide me with some materials. You can also say that you are paying the ship fare in advance. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, Sydney said, This request is not too much. What do you need? Zi-Chen looked at Sydney and said, Dragon bones. Divine dragon bones. I don't want defective products. I want the best. A complete set would be best. Sydney stared into Zi-Chen's eyes and said, You are very greedy. The enemy is too strong. I have no other choice. Zi-Chen smiled faintly. There was no helplessness on his face. Sydney said, Although we've had some opportunities over the years, we definitely don't have a complete dragon bone. If your original intention is to refine some weapons, I can still provide some support. Oh, it's a ship ticket in advance. Zi-Chen said, 14 sets of materials for 14 people. Sydney said, I will give you 20 sets of materials for 100 people. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, That is impossible. Sydney said again, At most 30 sets of materials. Before boarding the ship, you have the right to use 6 dragon-shaped weapons. Deal. I hope to see them as soon as possible. 2 days later, 30 sets of materials will be here. The strongest human cultivator and the strongest cultivator of the soul-devouring tribe reached an agreement just like that. Next, Zi-Chen needed to discuss the upcoming alliance. 2 days later, the people of the soul-devouring tribe delivered the materials. The people of the other forces had already arrived and started to discuss the alliance. The tribal warriors had already built a conference hall. The hall could hold hundreds of people, but there were only 32 seats. Chapter 1729. The humans, the Dax race, and the soul-devouring race were all gathered here. There were over 100 of them. These people were either the big shots of a faction or experts on the ranking. It could be said that all the experts of the Imperial Sky region were gathered here. Zi-Chen sat at the head of the table. He was the one who had called this meeting. There were 15 people sitting at the tables on both sides. These 30 people were the most important existences among the 3 races. The Tomb Keeper sat across from Zi-Chen. As for the others, they stood in the middle of the meeting hall. The Heaven's Path and the Fortune Teller, who were in the top 10 of the ranking, didn't even have a seat. They stood behind Zi-Chen. I'm sure everyone knows that the dragon boat has already docked. This time, I've called everyone here to discuss how to board the boat successfully. I think some of you might have already received Zhang Yongxi's promise to bring everyone along. I can still guarantee this. Zi-Chen changed the topic and said, However, the dragon boat docked here isn't here. It's in the distant heaven-shaking region. Right now, what we need to consider is how to successfully reach the dragon boat and how to board the boat. Everyone fell silent. They were all clear about the current situation. In the entire Imperial Sky region, there was only one dragon soul, Zi-Chen. If the dragon boat docked in the Imperial Sky region, they would have the home advantage and naturally wouldn't fear any faction. However, now that the dragon boat had docked in the heaven-shaking region, they had lost their home advantage. Naturally, they would have to face competition. Zi-Chen, since you've called us here, you should have a plan, right? A Dax race individual asked. Zi-Chen knew this person. Back in the dragon tomb, Zi-Chen had lent him a dragon-shaped weapon. The two of them had fought side by side. Zi-Chen swept his gaze over everyone and said with a faint smile, Actually, I don't have a good plan. It's just that we have an extra 100 years. We need to use this time to do something. 100 years? Lord Zichin, you must be mistaken. The time we have to prepare now is at most half a year. Using the current flow of time, it's only 40 years. What can we do in 40 years? An expert voiced his doubts. A mere few decades indeed wouldn't be enough to accomplish anything. Zichin smiled and said, "When I say 100 years, I naturally mean 100 years. 100 years won't help us break through, but we can rely on some external objects to increase our combat strength." Everyone looked at Zichin with doubt in their eyes. Zichin turned his head slightly and looked at Manshur behind him. Swoosh! Manshur took out the wolf-tooth club, and the hall immediately shone with a 7-colored radiance. At the same time, an austere aura surged. Seeing this 7-colored weapon, everyone's expression immediately changed. Before coming here, they had clearly done their homework. They knew almost everything about Zichin, including the 7-colored weapons. With the appearance of the 7-colored weapon for the first time, Zichin, who was in the early 9th tier, jumped into the 30th place. This was also the first time they had seen a 7-colored weapon. Our strength may not be able to increase, but we can rely on external objects to increase our combat strength and defense. This is a 7-colored weapon. Everyone should be aware of its power, so I won't demonstrate it here. Of course, I can't sell you ready-made weapons because I don't have any. However, I can provide you with materials to refine the 7-colored weapon. Of course, it's not free. You have to exchange for it. The exchange must be materials, special materials, or emperor-level materials. I don't want other things like spirit crystals. Among your forces, you should have trained refiners. You can bring them to this pocket world and refine these weapons in a specific area where time is accelerated. I think 100 years is enough to refine the 7-colored weapon that everyone needs. As soon as Zichin finished speaking, there was a clamor of discussion around. These experts were very envious of the 7-colored weapon. One should know that when they first saw the power of the 7-colored weapon, even Zhang Yongxi was tempted. As for the leaders of the forces, their minds were more active because not only were they experts, but they also had big families behind them. If they could mass-produce the 7-colored weapon and bring it to their families, the improvement of their families' combat strength would be unimaginable. For a moment, everyone agreed with Zichin's exchange method, especially the leaders of the forces. They might not have the materials to refine emperor-level weapons, but their families had them. In order to refine the 7-colored weapon in batches, they certainly didn't mind taking out some. Zichin waved his hand, and the discussion immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Zichin again. Zichin said, "This is to improve everyone's combat strength. Next, you need to arrange the number of people who will go, but the prerequisite is that the people who go must do as I say." The meaning was obvious. Zichin was the leader. Naturally, the crowd didn't object to this, especially when they hadn't boarded the ship yet. "What should we do if we meet someone on the king ranking?" someone asked. Zichin smiled faintly and said, "If someone on the king ranking appears, I will be responsible for negotiating. If the negotiation fails, we will be responsible for killing them." Everyone's expression immediately changed when they heard this. Responsible for killing? Could it be that Zichin's current combat strength was enough to enter the king ranking? The meeting ended here. Next, everyone went back to prepare the materials. When the forces were preparing the materials, they would also move their weapon workshops here. This time they could still make a lot of profit by refining weapons for the experts. The forces dispersed one after another. On the way back, Keisai, who knew everything, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, is Zichin deliberately targeting us?" "How?" Sydney was in a good mood today and asked with a smile, "If he's not targeting us, why did he only ask for the tickets from us? Moreover, he limited the number of people to 100, but not the other forces." Keisai was very puzzled. Logically speaking, Zichin should have asked for an exorbitant price from all the forces. "We gave the tickets so we are protected. However, Zichin and the others only have 12 people. How can they protect everyone?" As for why they didn't ask for the tickets from the other forces, firstly, they can't give that much. Secondly, they need to fight and die when necessary. In other words, they are cannon fodder. If Ziqin can successfully board the ship, we don't even need to do anything. Keisai quickly understood the ancestor's meaning. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, after boarding the ship, we will still have a full complement. We can also guarantee the strongest combat strength." Sydney smiled. The entire Imperial Sky region began to bustle. Many cultivators and foreign races took out some of the special materials they had collected and prepared to trade in the small world. In addition, the major forces also quickly sent people back to inform them of everything that had happened here. At the same time, they also sent some people to bring in the materials. Emperor-level materials were used to refine Emperor-level weapons. Naturally, they could be exchanged for more materials of giant dragons. It was a win-win trade. Many major forces moved their workshops to the small world and invited genuine master refiners to begin refining the 7-colored weapons. Ziqin held the 30 sets of dragon bone materials, but did not smelt them immediately. Instead, he continued to wait for the other materials. This time he was determined to refine a supreme quality royal weapon that was superior to the black weapons. If supreme quality royal weapons were divided into grades, then dragon-shaped weapons would be the true first grade, supreme quality. However, the black weapons could only be ranked 3rd or 4th grade. Ziqin believed that with Cauldron Spirit's help, he would be able to refine a 2nd-grade weapon that was second only to a 1st-grade dragon-shaped weapon. It took Han Shuo an entire month to gather the materials. Of course, that was only the time in the small world. After that, Ziqin went to look for the major forces and negotiated with them to refine 12 pieces of 7-colored armor. The materials that Ziqin provided for the 7-colored armor were materials from the 7-colored dragons. There were dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon skin, and some other special materials. After learning of Ziqin's request, the major forces joined forces and invited the master refiners to discuss for an entire week before they came up with a forging plan and began refining. It took them an entire year to refine the 12 pieces of 7-colored armor. A year later, the 7-colored armor was completed. Its quality had reached supreme quality. The master refiners were very satisfied with their masterpiece. Due to the suppression of the edict, it was already a miracle that they were able to refine supreme quality, king-grade armor in batches within a year. However, Ziqin wasn't satisfied with the quality of the armor after it was handed over to him. After adding so many materials, the armor could only be classified as a 9th-grade armor. Following that, Ziqin placed the 12 pieces of armor into his cauldron for the next step of refining. Actually, the refining process was to compress all the materials again and remove the impurities within. As Cauldron Spirit did not know how to refine weapons, it could not refine the armor to its appearance. However, during the process of removing the impurities, it could ensure that the armor's exterior and internal structure would not be damaged in the slightest. After refining the armor, the grade of the defensive armor was clearly raised by several grades. Following that, Ziqin took out some more Emperor-grade materials and had Cauldron Spirit refine them. At the same time, he added them into the armor according to their attributes. All of this was carried out under the cover of the Cosmos Bell. Gravekeeper had fully activated the Cosmos Bell and accelerated time by more than 100 times. Ziqin and the others had plenty of time. The process of refining the Emperor-grade materials was very slow. They had to wait patiently. In addition to the defensive armor, they also had to refine their weapons and add in all kinds of attribute materials. After handing over the transaction to Gravekeeper, the 12 of them went into seclusion to prepare for their breakthrough to late 9th heaven. They had quite a lot of dragon crystals on them. Not only did they have the dragon crystals of the Colossal Dragon King, but they also had the dragon crystals of the 7-colored dragons. As for the dragon crystals of the 7-colored dragons, they were devoured by Lei Long. After Lightning Dragon Ziqin fused with the dragon bone, it went into a deep slumber. Chen would rather lose some opportunities and go later. On one hand, it was to refine his weapon, and on the other hand, it was because Lightning Dragon had gone into a deep slumber. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During the 100 years, Chen and the others who had been refining the dragon crystals had made some progress in their cultivation. However, there was still a long way to go before they could break through to the next realm. Without that kind of pure dragon origin, the time taken to break through to the next realm had obviously slowed down. Chapter 1730. Under the Cosmos Bell's acceleration, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen and the others had finally finished refining their weapons and armor. It had taken them 100 years, and the Cauldron Spirit had not slept or rested during that time. After calculating the time, Chen decided that it was time to board the ship. He began to gather the crowd. In just one day, the crowd had all arrived. Aside from the Soul Devourer clan, who had limited the number of people to 100, the humans and the Dax tribe each had more than 200 people. Every one of them was either at the late or peak of the 9th firmament realm. Chen looked at the 500 experts. He had never been to the ancient dragon ship, so he knew very well that it was impossible for all of them to board the ship. Some of them would die in the process. Some might even die in the infighting on the ship. Whether or not any of them could really reach the depths of the world and successfully break through to the realm of Sector Lord was another matter altogether. Chen withdrew his gaze from the crowd and looked at Sydney. He asked, "How are the preparations?" He had been in seclusion for the past 100 years, but that did not mean that he had done nothing. He had already arranged for the Soul Devourer clan to build a convenient transportation channel. Sydney replied, "The transportation channel has been completed. However, it can only be built in a remote area of the Azure Sky domain. It will be detected if it gets too close to those forces." Chen nodded and asked, "What's the situation now?" Sydney shook his head and said, "Our people have gone to investigate, but not a single one has returned. I don't know the specifics, but according to the usual practice, the dragon ship will not leave so early." Chen nodded again and said, "All right, let's go." Under Chen's lead, the crowd prepared to leave the tribe. "Good luck." Before leaving, Musho gave Chen a bear hug. The small world had just stabilized, and the tribe needed a guardian. Musho, who had too many things to worry about, decided to stay. "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Manshur and the others also hugged Musho and said goodbye. The warriors of the tribe watched as Chen and the others left. Their faces were filled with gratitude and admiration. Chen and his team had contributed a lot to the tribe being able to survive the crisis and develop to this point. The starting point of the soul-devouring clan's teleportation formation was in this small world. Because they had started building it 100 years ago, it was a very stable and special teleportation formation. It was capable of extremely long-distance teleportation. Furthermore, it was permanent. Originally, the teleportation array was built for the ancient dragon boat. Unexpectedly, after a few years, it became an important trading channel. Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared one after another. When they reappeared, they were already in the Azure Sky domain. This was a very large forest. There were only some 7th-grade beasts living in it, and very few humans and non-humans. It was relatively safe. Everyone arrived without a hitch. Then, they followed the soul-devouring clan's guidance and headed outside. Zhang Yongxi came to Chen's side and said, "The expert on the king ranking from the Azure Sky domain is Gustin, ranked 10th. He is extremely powerful, and his weapon is a hammer of the highest quality. He is also the first on the martial ranking. The second is Tai Li, the third 9th is Galu, and the 10th is Bulin. They have been on the ranking for more than 10,000 years and are unwilling to leave just for this trip to the dragon boat." Zhang Yongxi explained the ranking of the human experts in the Azure Sky domain to Chen. As for the non-humans here, he didn't know much about them, so he didn't explain. Chen heard this and smiled faintly. The top 10 are all here. Interesting. Actually, the experts who continued to stay in this world were all here for the ancient dragon boat. As for Long Fei and the others who gave up on this opportunity, they were completely different in their eyes. It was impossible for more than 500 people to hide their tracks. After traveling at top speed for 6 hours, they saw the people from the Azure Sky domain. There were only 100 people on the other side, but they blocked their way. Each of them was surging with a murderous aura. The group of more than 500 people stopped and looked ahead. Friends from the Imperial Sky domain, we have been waiting for you for a long time. You came later than expected, but there are quite a lot of you. You surprised us a little. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. When Zhang Yongxi saw him, he whispered in Chen's ear, "He is Bulin, ranked 10th. The one beside him is Galu, ranked 9th. The rest are unfamiliar faces. They are not in the top 10. Chen's lips curled into a smile. A mere 9th and 10th place wanted to stop them. They were overestimating themselves. Man Sure took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Why are you waiting for us? Guide us to the dragon boat." Bulin, who was ranked 10th, glanced at Mansur, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said faintly, "You guessed right. I am indeed guiding you. However, there are too many of you. The dragon boat can't accommodate all of you. All the top 20 of the list can pass through smoothly. As for the others, please return." The top 20 of the list, the three forces added together, only had 60 people. However, there were 560 people here. Hearing this, there was a small commotion at the back of the crowd, especially among the soul-devouring clan. It should be known that Chen had promised that they could all board the dragon boat. Chen glanced at Mansur. The latter understood and said loudly, "What if we all go?" "Then let's see if we can prove it." Bulin sneered. The group of 100 people surged with murderous intent. Mansur also responded with a disdainful expression. He said, "You are just looking for death if you dare to make a move. Get out of here, or you will all die." Everyone was furious and reprimanded Mansur, but no one stepped forward. Sydney took a step forward. His body was surrounded by black light, and a wave of soul pressure swept forward. Feeling this pressure, the group of 100 people changed their expressions. Galu, who was ranked 9th, said, "Sydney, our Lord Gustin has specifically said that we can let you go. What do you mean by this?" Sydney looked at these people and said with a cold smile, "Either get out of here or die. I believe that I can easily send someone to destroy your team." Galu, who had a gloomy expression, asked coldly, "If you don't listen to Lord Gustin, are you openly provoking Lord Gustin?" Gustin was not weaker than Long Fei. He was an expert on the king ranking. Before answering this question, Sydney looked a little hesitant. Man Sure ignored all of this and said disdainfully, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Are you trying to provoke your Lord Man? Who the hell is that Justin? Lord Man Sure doesn't know him. Now, either get out of here or die." Gulu and Bulin's expressions became very ugly, but they did not dare to step forward rashly. It seemed that things were a little different from what they had expected. The Imperial Sky Region's team seemed to be very united. Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Kill those who block the way. Kill those who block the way." Behind Chen, a group of experts shouted in unison. Their fighting spirit was high. Seeing a group of more than 500 people coming, Galu and Bulin were not as stubborn as they had imagined. Both sides had not officially come into contact, but they had already spread out to the sides. That's all. Man Sure curled his lips at the two of them. The group continued forward. During this time, no one in the Azure Sky region dared to make a move. The only reason why the two of them were here was because of the Lord Gustin that they had mentioned. As for battle strength, there were too many people in the team who could kill them, especially those from the soul-devouring clan. One powerful one could destroy the entire team. Lord, they've left. What should we do? A cultivator asked from behind Galoo. Galoo smiled coldly and said, They can't have gone far. Lord Gustin should have received the news. What had just happened had been sent to Gustin through a secret method. Gustin was a middle-aged man like Long Fei. His aura was very stable and he wore a blue robe. If it wasn't for the hideous scar on his face, he would look like a gentle and kind person. He smiled lightly. The scar on his face was like a centipede crawling around. It looked very hideous. Touching the scar left behind by Long Fei, Gustin said indifferently, Since you're not afraid of death, second brother, bring the others to meet those people. Beside Gustin stood a man in armor. He was the second strongest on the Azure Sky region list, Ty Lee. He nodded and said, Are we going to fight? Gustin smiled sinisterly. There are too many people this time. The dragon boat only needs true experts. Why would so many people join in the fun? Understood, I'll go arrange it now. Ty Lee turned and left. Long Fei, you ran fast. But I promise you that this time, I won't let anyone from the Imperial Sky region board the boat. When I successfully break through to the Sector Lord realm, I'll come back to find you. Gustin touched the hideous scar on his face. His eyes were filled with resentment. Ty Lee quickly gathered a few hundred people. There were late stage and peak stage 9th level experts. Other than humans, there were many other races. As expected for the dragon boat, the existences of each region temporarily gave up their race and worked together to deal with the other regions. Both sides quickly met. Seeing Ty Lee in front of the group, the second on the martial board, many experts on Zichen's side couldn't help but frown. They felt that things were getting troublesome. Ty Lee had been following Gustin. Although his battle strength wasn't as strong, he was comparable to the first on the martial board. Sydney, I heard that you don't put my elder brother in your eyes. Ty Lee said coldly the moment he appeared. Beside him, Jelu and the others had already come through the secret passage. What do you mean? Sydney frowned. He wasn't afraid of Ty Lee, but was wary of Gustin. Anyone who could enter the king ranking was a true powerhouse. They had very strong means in terms of physical body, soul, and energy. It could be said that they had almost no weaknesses. The soul-devouring race had strong soul attacks, but in front of Long Fei, they were suppressed badly. Because Long Fei's soul was also very strong, it wasn't weaker than theirs. Similarly, Gustin, who could enter the king board, wasn't weak either. At least Sydney wasn't confident in dealing with him. Chapter 1731. Galoo pointed at Manshur, looking very arrogant. In front of Ty Lee, Sydney was clearly terrified, not even daring to say a word. In his opinion, that big guy was also scared to the point of pissing his pants. After all, Ty Lee was Gustin's little brother, and also the person he trusted the most in the battlefield of despair. If Ty Lee heard someone being disrespectful to Gustin, that person would definitely die miserably. Looking at Galoo's smug expression, Manshur was very unhappy. He didn't care about the rankings. Even if he caused trouble, even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Subconsciously, he looked at Zichen and found that he wasn't even taller than him. Thinking about it, even if the sky collapsed, Zichen would hold it up. Thus, he pointed at Galoo's nose and said, Grandpa Man said you're an idiot. Galoo's face twisted in anger, his eyes spitting fire, but he didn't explode. Instead, he mocked. That's not what you said just now. What bad things did you say about my family's Darren? Big guy, could it be that your brain isn't working well, or that you're scared and don't dare to say it? Manshur revealed a mocking expression. What are you trying to prove by asking this? Prove that your grandpa man just said some dirty words. Since you want to hear it, then I'll repeat it again. All of you better clean your ears and listen carefully. You're an idiot. You're all idiots. Your whole family is idiots. Even that dog fart Darren you just said is also an idiot. All right, that's it. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, scram. Galoo smiled coldly, knowing that his goal was achieved. He secretly glanced at Tai Li. The latter's face was twisted. As expected, he was angry. Tai Li nodded. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. I want to see where you get your confidence from. I was planning to leave some spots for you, but I'm going back on my word now. Kill them all. Kill. Behind him, Tai Li let out a furious roar. Hundreds of experts rushed over, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Seeing these people not afraid of death, Ziqin, who had been silent all this time, was a little surprised. In terms of numbers, there were more than 500 on one side and only 300 on the other side. In terms of battle strength, there were 300 experts on the rankings, but the other side, it was less than 200. With a single glance, he could see the difference in strength between the two sides. Ziqin really didn't understand where they got the courage to take the initiative to attack. Could it really be because Manshur had insulted Gustin? They could defend Gustin's dignity without fear of death. If they were humans, it would be understandable. However, there were still many foreign races in the team, and there was no lack of them who could enter the rankings. No matter how Ziqin looked at it, these people looked like they were here to die. However, Ziqin would never have guessed that Tai Li had sent them here to die. Ziqin put this question aside for the time being. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "Kill." With that, the group of soul-devouring clan members retreated. As for the humans and foreign races, they took out their weapons and charged forward. In an instant, the entire battlefield began to shine with seven-colored light. After 100 years of preparation, almost everyone had a seven-colored weapon. Seven-colored light flashed, and the chaotic battle began. Pooh! Pooh! Unexpectedly, the seven-colored weapons were sent into the enemy's body. Then, terrifying energy surged, and cultivators fell one after another. As soon as the battle began, the situation was one-sided. What? Seeing the scene before them, Jelu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, they came prepared. Seeing that several experts on the rankings were killed in an instant, Tai Li's expression turned ugly. He could allow others to die, but he would never allow the experts on the rankings to be killed. Because those were the real experts, the real main force after boarding the ship. Tai Li turned into a ray of light and charged forward, with a powerful aura surging around him. Jelu and Bolin saw this and followed suit. Then, the other top 10 cultivators also attacked. Outside the battlefield, Ziqin saw this and shouted, "Dragon-shaped black rod." As he shouted, Manshur stepped forward. The mountain spirit tyrant body flashed, and a powerful aura surged around him. At the same time, a dragon-shaped black rod flew out from behind and landed in Manshur's hand. Ha! With the black rod in hand, Manshur couldn't help but laugh at the sky. Powerful auras surged in all directions. Boom! He smashed down with the rod, and the void shattered. The black rod turned into a dragon shadow and rushed toward Tai Li. Ha! As expected of the second on the martial rankings, Tai Li shouted and raised an energy barrier in front of him. Pow! The black rod fell, causing a tremor. The world trembled, and the energy barrier caved in. A powerful force surged, and the nearby cultivators were all sent flying. However, the black rod didn't slow down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the energy barrier, and then it exploded with a boom. Tai Li's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The black rod brushed past his face and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground caved in, and dust flew everywhere. A ripple of energy sent the surrounding cultivators flying. After repelling Tai Li with one strike, Galu and Bolin's eyes almost popped out. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then the two of them felt a chill in their hearts because Manshur's eyes had landed on them. The black rod danced again, and another black dragon shadow appeared. The two of them were shocked. Their figures flickered, and they dodged Manshur's powerful strike. Facing the powerful Manshur, they were helpless. They could only avoid Manshur and attack others. However, there were a few people from the Imperial Sky region who were difficult to deal with, which made them suffer quite a bit. Moreover, everyone from the Imperial Sky region had a top-grade royal weapon in their hands, which gave them a great advantage. Uft! Ty Lee dodged Manshur, and his figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of a late-stage ninth heaven cultivator. After killing him with one strike, he snatched his 7-colored weapon and shouted, "Retreat!" Before retreating, he turned around and looked at the edge of the battlefield. There were more than 100 people who hadn't made a move yet, other than those from the soul-devouring clan. There was a young man in a black robe and 3 women. Looking at the position that the young man occupied, he was actually in front of Sydney, as if he was the leader. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Ty Lee decisively retreated. "Hey, stay!" Suddenly, Ty Lee heard a cold voice from not far away. As he turned around, he saw a guy with vertical pupils opening his third eye. It was also a vertical pupil, and there was a destructive light shooting out from it. Damn it! Ty Lee cursed. The energy around him trembled, and he broke free from the spatial seal. However, before he could continue to teleport, an even stronger spatial seal fell, and then a black dragon rushed toward him. It was Manshur's attack again. Uft! Ty Lee dodged quickly, but he was still grazed by the energy. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fled. The others also ran quickly, leaving behind dozens of corpses. Looking at the fleeing crowd, the whole team began to cheer. Manshur threw the long rod behind him, and it was taken away by a soul-devouring clan member. Everyone cheered for their victory. However, the gazes of many soul-devouring clan members behind them fell on Wuxia and Manshur. The 2 of them were only ranked 20th and 22nd on the commander ranking, but their cooperation just now was enough to make Ty Lee vomit blood. It should be known that although Ty Lee was ranked 2nd in the Azure Sky domain, in other domains, he was definitely qualified to be 1st. However, the 2 people besides Zichin who were not ranked high were actually able to threaten him when they joined forces. While they were rejoicing, they were also slightly worried. The battle ended quickly. Not long after, Ty Lee returned to Gustin's side. "How could you be so fast?" However, before Gustin could speak, Ty Lee coughed out another mouthful of blood. "You're injured." Gustin looked up at Ty Lee and asked, "Who hurt you?" Ty Lee wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and said, "I was hit by the energy shock. It's not a big deal, but those guys didn't follow the rules at all. They made us suffer a great loss." Gustin frowned and asked, "Didn't follow the rules? What exactly happened?" Over 500 people from the Royal Sky domain came this time. Moreover, they were all fully prepared. As soon as we started fighting, they unleashed their full strength and killed several of our people on the commander ranking. This is the weapon I obtained from them. It's a top-quality king level weapon. Ty Lee took out a 7-colored weapon and handed it to Gustin. Gustin took the weapon and examined it. He said, "Although it's not at its peak, it's indeed a top-quality king level weapon. They have a few of these weapons." "A few? There are several hundred of them." "One for each of us," said Ty Lee. "One for each of us." Gustin was slightly moved. He held the 7-colored weapon and examined it for a long time before asking, "How are the casualties?" "Close to 100. Even though he had expected this, his eyelids still twitched when he heard this number. It seemed that he had reached the limit of casualties. Other than this 7-colored weapon, there was also a guy holding a black weapon. His battle prowess was not strong, but with that black weapon he was able to push me back. Other than that, I also saw a black-robed young man. He was only in the middle of the 9th tier, but from where I saw him standing, he was actually standing in front of Sydney. He seemed to be the leader of the humans." Ty Lee described what he saw this time. Gustin asked, "Did he make a move?" Ty Lee shook his head and said, "No, he didn't. Those soul-devouring clan didn't make a move either." Gustin was somewhat puzzled. That's strange. Since they came together, why didn't the soul-devouring clan make a move? And Sydney, that sly old fox, was actually willing to recognize someone in the middle of the ninth tier as his leader. Don't you find it strange? Tylee said, I don't understand either. Why don't we go and take a look? Chapter 1732. The failure this time did not anger Guston. As a powerhouse on the king ranking, not only did he have no weaknesses in his combat strength, but he was also very smart. Under the covetous eyes of many forces, he could not let his people face the cultivators of the Imperial Celestial Region who had supreme-grade royal weapons alone. The real trouble was not before they boarded the ship, but after they boarded the ship. Although they did not have the experience of boarding a ship, they still had the experience of seizing treasures. It was impossible for the entire ship to gain something. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen signaled for the team to continue forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any obstacles until they reached the edge of the Azure Sky region. After passing the Azure Sky region, they arrived at the Jintian region. The dragon ship stopped in this region. Lei Long, who had awakened and broken through, easily sensed the direction of the dragon ship. Then Lei Long guided everyone forward. Not long after this journey, they encountered other forces. When the two sides met, they did not say much. They did not even speak. The word kill was enough to solve everything. The energy shook violently. The people who came attacked with their full strength, and there were immediately casualties. Soon, Manshur exploded with power and swept out with his black staff. However, the team that had just arrived turned around and left without any hesitation. What's going on? Looking at the dozen or so corpses on the ground, Manshur was puzzled. From the beginning to the end, the battle was over in less than a minute. The black rod in his hand had not even warmed up yet. Throwing the black rod back, Manshur deactivated his transformation state and walked back to Zichen's side helplessly. But a moment later, some rustling sounds came from the forest. By the time everyone noticed it, many people had already appeared in their sight. No, they were not people, but skeletons. All of them were skeletons. Their bodies were made of bones. Some of the bones were as white as jade, and some emitted colorful light. In their skulls, soul flames burned. They held bone weapons tightly in their hands and rushed over. These skeletons were also a kind of foreign race. After they arrived, they did not say a word and jumped over. Another battle broke out. Bang! A 7-colored weapon directly shattered the bones of a skeleton. The cultivator holding the 7-colored weapon turned and rushed to the next target. However, the scattered skeleton suddenly reassembled, and a bone blade pierced into the cultivator's chest from behind. After that, the skeleton man nimbly pulled out his bone knife and rushed forward. He grabbed the opponent's 7-colored weapon and fled into the distance. Only by destroying the souls of these skeletons can we truly kill them. Not far away, Zhang Yongxi's voice sounded. Beside him, the soul flame of a skeleton was extinguished. Drink! Manshur shouted loudly and entered a berserk state. Whoosh! The scattered skeletons quickly regrouped. They didn't want to continue fighting and turned to run. However, as they fled, there were also some powerful existences who tried to kill the human cultivators and steal their 7-colored weapons. Before Manshur could explode, the skeleton man had already disappeared from his sight. After that, Zichen and the others encountered several waves of attacks. Every time, they would retreat after a fight, never lingering in the battle. Although everyone on Zichen's side had a 7-colored weapon and didn't suffer many casualties in each battle, the number of battles was increasing. In just one day, they had encountered 5 waves of battles. 3 people died in one wave, and 15 people died in 5 waves. This was very unusual. At night, everyone stopped to rest. Manshur, who was depressed, came to Zichen's side and sat down. He complained, "What the hell are they doing? I haven't even fought officially today." Wu Xie glanced at them and said, "It's obvious that they're here for the 7-colored weapons." 7-colored weapons. Manshur was stunned at first, Then he said angrily, "So that's how it is. No wonder they left after a fight. These damn guys are really good at scheming." 7 colored royal weapons were supreme-grade royal weapons, and there were hundreds of them at once. The existences from other regions, naturally, coveted them. Ziqin said, "There may be more attacks at night. You guys split into 3 groups and take turns to fight." Ziqin took 7 dragon-shaped weapons from the soul-devouring clan and revealed most of his trump cards. Sure enough, these forces launched many attacks at night. They never lingered in the battle. As long as they killed one person, they would take the weapon and run. They specifically targeted the 9th level late stage cultivators who were easy to kill. That night, they launched a total of 6 attacks and left more than 30 corpses. On Ziqin's side, 15 people died. Including the day, they lost more than 30 people. The team of more than 560 people was now left with 518 people. During this time, Ziqin did not fight, nor did the soul-devouring clan. As for the cultivators who came to attack, there were no existences on the king ranking. With the Thunder Dragon's guidance, Ziqin and the others did not take any detours at all. They went straight to the dragon boat. Tai Li led the human team back. After several days of fighting, there were only 85 people left in the original team of more than 100 people. Among them, 72 were powerhouses on the king ranking. The remaining 13 were just lucky. The war of attrition ended here. The other teams would come back one after another. Tai Li walked to Gustin, who was in the middle of a discussion, and said, "Big brother, we've found out that there are 7 dragon-shaped weapons among them. The soul-devouring clan hasn't attacked yet, probably to preserve their strength. As for that middle-aged man who is also the puppet leader, everything is under Sydney's control." Gustin nodded. As long as he was sure of this, he was no longer afraid of those from the Imperial Sky region. However, the dragon-shaped weapons mentioned by Tai Li that were extremely powerful moved him. Then he asked, "Everyone, the 7 dragon-shaped weapons are not weak. Are you interested? Save one for me." A soul wave spread out, and a skeleton man with colorful light around him spoke. He was a king-level expert in the Xintian region, ranked 9th bone demon. Without seeing the power of the dragon-shaped weapons with their own eyes, no one could imagine how powerful they were. The other existences on the king ranking did not seem to care. One of the middle-aged men said, "We'll talk about this later. Gu Yi once spread the news that there's a dragon soul. When will he arrive?" Speaking of Gu Yi, Gustin's expression turned serious. He said, "He's in the Xintian region. It's quite far from here. It should still be some time. The dragon soul is the key. We can't make any mistakes," the middle-aged man said. "I'll send someone to help," Gustin said. The skeleton warrior from before, Bone Demon, raised his bony hand and said, "No need. I'll arrange it. Wherever there are skeletons, there will be people from our side." After Tai Li reported this, he immediately left. The 5 people gathered now were all cultivators on the king ranking. Gustin was ranked 10th, the weakest. Bone Demon was ranked 9th. The middle-aged man who had just spoken was called Lu Xintian, ranked 3rd on the king ranking. He was also the strongest in the group. As for the other 2, one had a fat head and big ears. His name was Da Yi, ranked 7th. The other was relatively thin, but he was very tall, like a bamboo pole. His name was Shou Ping, ranked 6th. Speaking of the dragon soul, it was necessary to talk about the ancient dragon boat. This dragon boat had appeared many times, and every time it summoned cultivators. However, because they did not know anything about the dragon boat, very few real cultivators boarded the dragon boat. Last time, Long Fei was the strongest. Unfortunately, he suddenly changed his mind at the last moment. However, after that, they learned some secrets in the depths of the dragon boat. Therefore, many cultivators who were preparing to leave stayed and waited to board the dragon boat this time. Thinking of Long Fei again, Gustin said mockingly that idiot Long Fei must not have expected that there are so many secrets in the depths of the world. If he knew, he would definitely regret it to death. De, ranked 7th, glanced at Gustin and said, "You should be glad that Long Fei is not here. Otherwise, with the grudge between you two and Long Fei's temper, you would have lost the chance to board the dragon boat." Gustin said with slight anger, "De, are you saying that I'm not as good as Long Fei?" De said indifferently, "The scar on your face that can never be healed is the best proof." "Humph, that little bit of power can cause permanent damage to me. I deliberately did not recover. I want to remember the humiliation of the past. This time, I will first kill everyone in the Imperial Sky region. When I enter the depths of the world and find another opportunity, I will go outside and kill Long Fei." Looking at Gustin's confident appearance, De said in a strange tone, "I hope your dream comes true. However, I'm afraid that even if you have an opportunity and can break through, you will still not be a match for Long Fei." Lu Jintian, who was ranked 3rd, interrupted the two of them and said, "That's enough. Both of you cut it out. Right now, what everyone needs to worry about is not Long Fei or the Imperial Sky region. Instead, it's Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua." When the other 4 heard these two names, their expressions immediately became unnatural. Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua were ranked 1st and 2nd on the king ranking. The two of them were twin brothers from the Broken Heaven region. The elder brother Yuan Jia was ranked 1st, and the younger brother Yuan Hua was ranked 2nd. However, the two of them often fought. It was said that the younger brother Yuan Hua was not satisfied with the king ranking. Haven't the two of them disappeared for a long time? Gumo's movements became unnatural. Even his soul flame began to tremble. The others were the same. The two brothers had strange personalities and were hard to fathom. They never had any friends. Moreover, because they were both on the king ranking, they were found by Yuan Hua and inevitably fought. Although they were all on the king ranking, they did not gain the recognition of the two. Both sides had unpleasant memories. However, it was said that Long Fei had a good relationship with the two. Lu Jintian said, 20 years ago I saw them once. At that time they were fighting. I took a look and left. Those two lunatics! How many years have they been fighting, and they are still fighting?" Gustin cursed, but his expression was tense. Gumo's soul flame trembled slightly. Then he said in surprise, "We found Gui. He will be here soon with the dragon soul." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they secretly hoped that the two lunatics would not come. Half a day later, Gui came. Chapter 1733. It was a black dragon, nearly 1,000 meters long. Waves of dragon might swept out, scaring away the birds and beasts. Gui, ranked 4th, stood at the dragon's head. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe billowed. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked very dashing. Yes, it's a real dragon. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the scene. Their eyes lit up. Gu Yi's feet tapped lightly on the dragon's head, and his body rose into the air. He pointed at the dragon boat not far away and said, "Go!" Roar. With a loud dragon roar, the black dragon flew toward the dragon boat. In the other time and space, the ancient dragon boat had a great power and looked very extraordinary. However, since it reached the shore, the dragon boat had restrained all of its aura. The whole boat was full of bones, full of the smell of decay. It looked very dilapidated, and there was nothing special about it. The black dragon turned into a beam of light and disappeared outside the dragon boat. Then the dragon boat trembled, and dragon might spread. Thunder drums sounded, and the battle song reappeared. It was about to set sail again. This abnormality lasted for a while. "It's done." Looking at the dragon boat that had left the ground and was floating steadily, Gui smiled proudly in the sky. He said, "The quota is limited. It can only accommodate 800 people. More than 200 people from the Royal Sky region have come this time. All of them need to board the boat. You can distribute the rest of the quota. There are only about 500 places left." When the experts on the king ranking heard this, they couldn't help but frown. This was a little difficult. Although they had been exhausted from the battle and the number of people had almost reached the acceptable range, almost every team still had about 100 people left. All in all, excluding the Imperial Sky region, there were no less than 15 teams in total. That was a total of 1,500 people. But the quota was less than 600. Who should go and who didn't? The Black Dragon entered the main dragon boat, causing the world to tremble. Zi-Chun and the others, who were not far from here, immediately felt this change. Especially Zi-Chun, who felt it most clearly from the summoning battle song on the dragon boat. What happened? Man-Shur and the others also felt it and looked around vigilantly. Master, it's the dragon boat. I can feel that a dragon's soul has already entered it, Lei Long said telepathically. As expected, a cold light flashed in Zi-Chen's eyes, and then everyone sped up. The squads that had gone to waste had all returned. There were more than 1,500 of them, and they were all staring at the 5 powerhouses on the ranking list. On the other side, more than 200 cultivators from the mighty Heaven Realm were excited. They could board the ship at any time. All they needed was an order from their lord. As for the other spots, the 5 powerhouses on the king list were in a dilemma. Obviously, they had no choice but to let anyone go. Looking at the 4 of them who were silent, Gustin said, "Since there are limited spots, why don't we let the people under our names go first? This way, the spots will be more or less filled." When the 4 of them heard this, they nodded slightly in agreement. Obviously, this referred to the people they trusted the most. For example, Gustin would lead the humans he trusted from the Azure Sky domain. The Bone Devil, on the other hand, was the skeleton clan from the realm of Heaven Shaking. Hearing that the 5 experts on the king ranking had been assigned, the first on the commander ranking of the other clans all frowned. A human expert said, "Lord Gustin, I don't think it's appropriate to do this." "Oh, it's inappropriate." Gustin turned to look at him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Since there are limited spots, I think we should assign the spots based on battle strength. We shouldn't be so arbitrary." Another human expert on the commander ranking stood out. He was from the realm of Shattered Heaven and ranked 3rd. He was ranked 3rd because Yuan Jia and Yuan Hua had taken the 1st and 2nd spots. Assign the spots based on battle strength? Why don't you and I compete? Gustin said coldly. "Of course I can't beat you, my lord, but I can still beat them." This person looked at the excited cultivators of the Azure Heaven domain behind Gustin. Those who were stared at by this person immediately stopped smiling and looked very nervous. Gustin glanced at the other 4. They were silent and didn't say anything. He cursed in his heart. Old fox. No one was willing to give up these spots, because one more person on their side would be one more force. Since they didn't want to give up, but they didn't want to say anything, he would be the villain. He looked around and said coldly, "If I say that anyone who doubts me will be killed, do you have any objections?" Many experts in the group heard this, and their pale faces became even more unsightly. In the battlefield of despair, those on the king ranking represented the ultimate battle strength. No one dared to ignore their threats. Everyone was unwilling, but they didn't dare to refute. "If no one has any objections, then it's decided," Gustin said finally. "It's decided. Have you asked us?" "It's decided." Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and a group of people walked over. It was Zi-Chen's group. Even after the battle, they still had more than 400 people. Gustin narrowed his eyes and immediately looked at the person who spoke. He asked, "Are you the one who doubts me?" "Of course. Why can't we get on the boat?" Man-Shur stared at Gustin and walked over without fear. Man-Shur's attitude made the others stare in disbelief. They could see that Man-Shur was only at the middle 9th level, but he dared to speak to an expert on the king ranking with such an attitude. Was this confidence, arrogance, or seeking death? In most people's eyes, it was the latter. Speaking to an expert on the king ranking with such a disrespectful attitude was courting death. "You're courting death." Before Gustin could speak, Tai shouted angrily and rushed toward Manshur with a violent aura surging around him. But as soon as he moved forward, he stopped. In front of him, the leader he thought was a puppet stepped forward and stared at him. In that instant, Tai Li actually felt a sense of life and death crisis and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Get lost. You're not qualified to speak here. Zichen's tone was cold. As a leader, he couldn't let Manshur take all the blame. He had to stand up. Zichen's unyielding attitude was also very puzzling to the others. Could it be that Sydney ordered him to come here to die? Tai Li's expression changed as he guessed. He had always believed that the leader of the Imperial Sky Region team was Sydney. Gustin was also puzzled by the situation. The other 4 experts on the king ranking looked at Zichen curiously. You're courting death. With so many experts on the king ranking present, Tai Li naturally couldn't lose face in front of a mid-9th level. He shouted angrily and rushed toward Zichen. Energy surged around Zichen. Golden light shone as he displayed the 9-star Thunder King physique. As the 9 stars merged into one, he suddenly threw a punch. The punch collided with Tai Li's attack and exploded with a loud bang. A ripple of energy spread out in all directions. The expressions of the nearby cultivators changed greatly, and they quickly dodged. Tai Li took 2 steps back and neutralized the violent energy. He looked forward again and saw that the mid-9th level was still standing in the same place. He didn't even take a step back. Tai Li's expression changed, and so did the cultivators around him. Even the expressions of the 6 experts on the king ranking changed. Those who could stand here were definitely top-notch experts. The situation where they fought above their level was almost impossible. But now, Tai Li was forced to retreat by a human cultivator who was 2 levels lower than him. Although Tai Li didn't use his full strength, it was a hasty attack. It was impossible for his opponent to use his full strength. Such a scene was very shocking. You don't have the right to speak here. Get out of here. After the attack, Zichen waved his hand indifferently as if he was shooing away a fly. He didn't take Tai Li seriously at all. Tai Li's face was filled with anger. He was extremely unwilling to be humiliated in front of so many experts. Most importantly, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. So he took a step forward, killing intent flashing in his eyes. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. Someone walked out from the front with a dragon-shaped saber in his hand and handed it to Zichen. Zichen only held the dragon-shaped saber lightly with his right hand, but the aura around him immediately changed and became extremely dangerous. Tai Li's retreat made Gustin feel embarrassed. He said coldly, "How dare you teach my people a lesson here? Who do you think you are? Long Fei." Zichen stood with his saber and replied indifferently, "I'm not Long Fei. Remember my name, Zichen, number 1 on the martial ranking of the Imperial Sky Region." Gustin was full of disdain when he heard the first part of the sentence, but the second part made his expression change. Number 1 on the martial ranking. They were also number 1 on the martial ranking. Of course, they knew the conditions to be on the martial ranking. If he wasn't bragging, being able to push Long Fei down proved that he had the battle strength to match Long Fei back then. And back then, Long Fei was ranked 8th on the king ranking. In such a situation, there was no point in lying. Moreover, Tai Li's initiative to retreat explained a lot. Gustin, who had never taken the Imperial Sky Region seriously, had a fluctuating expression. He was skeptical. If the other party really pushed Long Fei down, it meant that he had the qualifications to enter the king ranking. However, the king ranking didn't change. Suddenly, Gustin thought of a question and asked, "When did you enter the king ranking?" A few months ago. Gustin's suspicious face was full of seriousness. The other 5 cultivators on the king rank also looked at Zichen solemnly. The king ranking wasn't like the martial ranking. As long as one's strength changed, there would be a transition period. This transition period was also called the comprehensive testing period. It was to test one's overall battle strength. This period was at least 1 year and at most 10 years. For example, Sydney was number 1 on the martial ranking of the Soul Devourer clan. After using the soul-devouring divine ability, his soul attack was completely on par with Gustin's. However, he couldn't enter the king ranking because his physical body and energy were weak. Similarly, the Lion Man expert of the Dax clan had a strong physical body and energy, but his soul was weak. He had a weakness that was obviously weaker than ordinary people, so he couldn't enter the king ranking. Chapter 1734. Regardless of whether Zichen could enter the king ranking or not, just the fact that he had replaced Long Fei was enough for these powerhouses on the king ranking to treat him seriously. Gu Yi, who had been watching the show from the side, was no longer calm at this moment. Who would have thought that as soon as Long Fei left, another person who was not weaker than him would appear in the Imperial Heaven domain? Now, tell me why you won't let us on the boat. Zichen held the dragon-shaped long saber and stared at Gustin. I'm willing, Gustin responded coldly. His expression gradually changed from disdain to seriousness. But this did not mean that he was afraid of Zichen. Zichen sneered. He raised the dragon-shaped long saber in his hand and slashed forward. A saber light shot out from the black saber. With a loud dragon roar, it went straight for Gustin. Without saying a word, he attacked directly. His target was a powerhouse on the king ranking. Zichen's boldness was shocking. Gustin pointed forward with 2 fingers. Dots of finger light appeared and went straight for the saber light. Whoosh, whoosh. The finger light fell on the saber light, making a sound and quickly dissipating. However, there were so many finger lights that they kept consuming the saber light. By the time the saber light reached Gustin, it had become very fragile and directly exploded in front of him. The 2 of them had just tested a simple move. But when they looked around, there was no trace of other cultivators within 100 meters. When a powerhouse on the king ranking made a move, even the aftermath of the energy could kill. Zichen's expression was still calm. He said lightly, "Since you made the decision on your own, I'll make it clear today. None of you from the Qingtian domain should go on the boat." Gustin was not as easily angered as he thought. Just now, he could see the depth of the other party's strength. At least the other party's combat strength was not weaker than him. Hearing Zichen's words, he said lightly, "You think you're qualified?" The 2 of them confronted each other and refused to back down. The other powerhouses on the king ranking stood aside and watched the show. The cultivator from the realm of Broken Heaven, who was rank 3rd, stepped forward and said, "Sir, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the dragon boat. There are a total of 800 people. Among them, the realm of Mighty Heaven, which has the dragon soul, occupies more than 200 spots. The rest of the spots will be divided among the others." Zichen frowned and said, "Are you kidding me? Such a big dragon boat can only accommodate 800 people." Up in the sky, Gui sneered when he heard what Yi Fuqian said. "Brat, the quota is only related to the dragon soul, not the size of the dragon boat. 800 people is already a lot. Why don't you take out a dragon soul as well? I'd like to see how many quotas you can get." Gui was rather proud of himself. Putting aside the fact that he was ranked 4th on the king rank, just the fact that he was able to take out a dragon soul was enough to make him proud. A mere Royal Sky region is lacking in resources. They don't even have many experts, so how could they possibly have a dragon soul? Gustin laughed. The ridicule in his voice was extremely obvious. The other experts on the king list remained silent, but the cultivators from the Green Sky domain and the Mighty Sky domain began to laugh. The Imperial Heaven region has always been at the bottom of the 7 regions. Since when did a mere Royal Sky region dare to behave so atrociously in a place like our Green Sky region? A Royal Sky region without Long Fei can also be called a region. Mocking voices rang out one after another. The cultivators from the 2 regions appeared to be very arrogant and arrogant. Zi-chun chuckled and said, "Since you guys want to see it, then I'll let you see it. The rest of you are just frogs in a well and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and a silver light flashed out. The silver light instantly expanded, illuminating the surroundings. The dazzling lightning light was so dazzling that many cultivators couldn't help but close their eyes. Immediately after, a powerful aura was released. This aura carried a terrifying dragon's might, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. The dragon's might spread, and the dragon boat not far away began to tremble. When everyone gradually adapted to the silver light and raised their heads, they were all stunned by the scene in the sky. Even the few experts on the king list stared at the sky in a daze. There was a dragon there. It was a thunder dragon that was thousands of meters long, and its body was shining with the light of lightning. It was sacred and majestic. If Gu Yi's black dragon that was thousands of meters long was compared to a true dragon, then the thunder dragon's true form was a divine dragon. Whether it was its size or aura, it was much stronger than the black dragon from before. The reason why the experts on the king list lost their composure was because they felt a dangerous and fatal aura from the thunder dragon. Seeing such a thunder dragon, everyone was extremely shocked, especially the cultivators from the 2 regions who had been mocking them earlier. They were even more dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the contrary, the cultivators from the other regions cheered when they saw such a powerful thunder dragon. The black dragon from before could already accommodate 800 people. If the thunder dragon was stationed, wouldn't it be able to accommodate even more people? The cheers woke up the others, who were in a daze. These cultivators' expressions immediately turned ugly, especially those from the Mighty Sky region, because their advantage was no longer there. Gu Yi's expression changed slightly, then he smiled and said, "Since there's a stronger one, then let's just replace it." "I'm happy!" But the next moment his expression changed drastically and he blurted out, "Why can't I summon my dragon soul?" In the sky, the thunder dragon said, "Don't worry, just kill it." "No," Gui immediately said. It was extremely difficult for him to find a true dragon. It was equivalent to a powerful ally, and he couldn't lose it. The reason why he agreed so readily just now was that he wanted the thunder dragon to be stationed and the black dragon to help him. But unexpectedly, he suddenly lost contact with the black dragon, and he couldn't forcefully summon it now. The thunder dragon ignored Gu-yi and looked at Gustin. Its majestic eyes looked down at him and said indifferently, "Kid, I don't like you." As soon as it finished speaking, wind blew and lightning surged. Bang! Gustin sensed danger and raised his hand to block, but a bolt of lightning exploded in front of him. He was sent flying hundreds of meters, and his body crashed into more than 10 towering ancient trees. Everyone's expression changed, and they were all shocked. Gu-yi, who had been about to make a move, stood aside and didn't dare to go forward. The thunder dragon's gaze swept around, and everyone retreated. After Gustin landed, he didn't dare to go forward. The thunder dragon looked back at Zi-chin, nodded at him, and rushed toward the ancient dragon boat. It floated in front of the dragon boat, and its dragon head faced the huge skull head. After staring for a while, it opened its mouth and inhaled. A suction force instantly landed on the dragon's head, and with a series of painful dragon roars, a black dragon was forcibly pulled out. Under this suction force, the black true dragon couldn't resist at all, and its strength was rapidly drained. Its body kept twisting and struggling because of the pain, but it was useless. Gu-yi wanted to save it, but he didn't dare to. He looked around and saw that the other strong cultivators were watching all this in silence. Obviously, they had tacitly agreed to let the thunder dragon enter. They all felt the threat of death from the thunder dragon. If they didn't let the thunder dragon enter, the following journey would be filled with all kinds of dangers. Pum! In the continuous struggle, the black true dragon's body exploded, turning into pure energy that was swallowed by the thunder dragon. Seeing the black true dragon being forcefully swallowed, everyone was shocked. The dragon boat floating in the air fell back to the ground again because of the disappearance of the black dragon. The thunder dragon didn't immediately enter the dragon boat, but turned to look at the strong cultivators on the king ranking. The strong cultivators on the king ranking changed their expressions, and they immediately retreated, fearing that the thunder dragon would kill them. Swoosh! The thunder dragon didn't kill them, but directly entered the dragon boat. Boom! The dragon boat trembled again, and a powerful and violent aura spread out. Thunder drums sounded, and the summoning war song spread in all directions. In an instant, many strong cultivators heard the sad summoning war song, but some didn't hear it. The dragon boat floated up again, and then a message entered Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. No limit. Zi-Chen smiled faintly, turned to the crowd, and said, "Let's go, get on the boat." Behind Zi-Chen, more than 400 people cheered and flew toward the dragon boat, one by one. Zi-Chen also strode toward the dragon boat. "Zi-Chen, how many spots are left?" It was a skeleton cultivator who spoke. It was the bone demon. "How many do you want?" Zi-Chen looked at the bone demon and smiled. The soul fire in the bone demon's head shook slightly, and he was a little excited. Zi-Chen said again, "You can have as many as you want, but I have the final say in the boarding tickets." The 4 strong cultivators on the king ranking nodded slightly, understanding the meaning of Zi-Chen's words. Zi-Chen walked toward the dragon boat and said indifferently, "Don't say that I don't care. The Qingtian domain and the Weitian domain are limited to 50 spots each, and the other domains are free to board. You can board now. Don't worry, there are enough spots." More cheers sounded. The cultivators from other domains looked at Zi-Chen gratefully, and then boarded the boat one after another. The cultivators from the Weitian domain and the Qingtian domain, who were very excited, were all dumbfounded. Gu-Yi and Gustin, who came quickly, happened to hear Zi-Chen's words, and their faces changed dramatically. Gu-Yi immediately said, "Zi-Chen, wait a moment." After that, Gu-Yi didn't continue to speak. He obviously wasn't silent. Instead, he was communicating with Zi-Chen with his soul. Gustin was angry. Sure enough, for these people, there was only benefit and no difference in their stance. Speaking of which, he was also a little regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have targeted the Imperial Sky domain. He was too anxious and couldn't hold back. Sure enough, after the voice transmission ended, Gu-Yi showed a satisfied smile on his face and nodded to Zi-Chen. Everyone from the Weitian domain board the boat. The Qingtian domain still has 50 people. After that, Zi-Chen boarded the boat. In an instant, the originally proud Zi-Chen's expression changed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. When he landed on the bone boat, Zi-Chen didn't realize it, as if he was absent-minded. "Zi-Chen, what's wrong with you?" Man Sure went forward and gently pushed Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. After that, he looked at the people on the boat and shook his head. His expression was actually filled with sorrow. The moment he boarded the boat, he lost contact with Lei Long. After boarding the boat, he lost contact with the battlefield of despair. He could only see it and could no longer feel the rules there. In other words, after boarding the boat, he couldn't get off. The dragon boat began to shake. Gustin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He picked out 50 of the strongest cultivators and boarded the boat. In fact, Gustin could have taken anyone on board because Zi-Chen couldn't control the dragon boat at all and couldn't decide the number of people on board. Unfortunately, Gustin didn't know this at all. Zi-Chen only knew all this after boarding the boat. Chapter 1735. The dragon boat was very large, and it was a huge space. All the forces gathered together and dispersed on the dragon boat. Only by staying with the existence of the same place could one feel safe. Buzz. The dragon boat shook and slowly floated up. After that, it left the space, arrived at a different space, and began to move forward. At this point, the ancient dragon boat, after many years, once again moved into the depths of the world. Unlike the dragon boat that entered the depths of the world when it came, it didn't have the same momentum as before. It quietly moved through the different world. The surrounding space was the same, and the road forward became very boring. The people who were very curious at first gradually lost interest in the void space. It was quiet all around, and there was no danger. Everyone couldn't help but guess why none of the previous people went back alive since there was no danger. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. The dragon boat moved forward in the space turbulence, which was very dangerous. The colorful light belts that floated by from time to time were a fatal threat to cultivators. No living creature could survive here. Everyone couldn't understand why no one went back alive after the dragon boat had sailed so many times. It should be known that there was no danger in the space and time of the dragon boat. The accident didn't happen outside the dragon boat, but inside the dragon boat. Rays of light appeared on the dragon boat without warning and fell down. These rays of light fell on the cultivators, but there was no danger. Instead, they illuminated them. In the eyes of everyone, it was like some kind of mark. Zi-Chen's team had more than 400 members, and most of them were marked, with more than 100 of them. On the dragon boat with more than 2,000 people, there were more than 700 people with such marks. Seeing such an abnormal light, Zi-Chen immediately stood up and looked around. After the light fell, there was no danger around. All of this was like a prank. But when Zi-Chen turned around and looked at the cultivators marked by the light behind him, he found that their faces became very ugly, and some of them even looked desperate. Zi-Chen frowned and asked, "What's going on?" A cultivator at the peak of the 9th tier said, "Sir, didn't you hear the sound transmission just now?" "What sound transmission?" Zi-Chen was puzzled. He hadn't noticed anything unusual just now. He looked at the others around him, but they were also shaking their heads, indicating that they hadn't noticed anything. The peak ninefold realm cultivator continued. "Just now, a voice sounded in my sea of consciousness, saying that I don't belong to the summoning crowd and am not qualified to board the ship. And the dragon ship will not accept a person like me who is not qualified." "That's right. I also heard the same voice transmission." "Me too." The other cultivators spoke one after another, indicating that they had heard the same thing. Zi-Chen became more and more confused. If they weren't qualified to board the ship, why didn't they inform him in advance? And after Thunder Dragon entered the dragon boat, Zi-Chen clearly sensed a message from the dragon boat, which was that there was no quota limit. Zi-Chen asked, "Did the voice transmission say anything else? For example, how to obtain this qualification?" The 9th layer peak nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you kill someone who doesn't have the qualifications, you can be considered to have gained recognition." Zi-Chen looked around. "The contents of your voice transmissions are the same." More than 100 beings who had been marked nodded one after another. They looked at the others around them, and their expressions became extremely complicated. Zi-Chen became more and more confused about this rule. You have to kill someone to be qualified. What kind of logic is this? Then, did it say what will happen if you don't kill someone? Then you will be expelled. Outside was the space turbulence, and the space ribbons floating in it from time to time were extremely lethal. The only result of expulsion was death. Just as Zi-Chen was pondering, the advancing dragon boat suddenly stopped. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. At this moment, an emotionless voice sounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. "The dragon boat has made an emergency stop. There are people who are not summoned on board. What the hell is going on? Are they really going to fight to the death?" Zi-Chen's face was suffused with a touch of anger. He turned to look at the other regional forces, where there was already a small commotion. Those cultivators who were not qualified to be marked took out their weapons one after another and looked around vigilantly, with dense killing intent surging around them. The dragon boat made it clear by docking that if they didn't follow the rules, they would not continue to move forward. A battle was inevitable. At this point, Zichen looked at the group of more than 100 people who had been marked and said, "Remember, you are a group. You have the most people and the strongest combat power. As long as everyone cooperates with each other, you will definitely be able to come back unscathed. Go." There's only one way in front of them. The more than 100 people had to fight even if they didn't want to. Many forces were scattered all over the dragon boat. There was a large open space in the middle, which was the best place for a battlefield. Just as all the forces were worried, Gustin and the people from the Azure Sky domain stood aside and watched the show. Because of Zichen, he had only brought 50 people up, and these 50 people were all experts on the ranking list, so they were qualified to participate in the battle. The reason why the more than 700 people present were not qualified was that they were not on the list. Everyone was in the 9th tier, so naturally none of them were easy to deal with. The battle broke out in an instant. On Zichen's side, everyone took out the same 7-colored weapons. For a moment, the 7-colored light flashed and killed many people. Uffed! But in the process of the battle, one person sent the 7-colored weapon into the body of his companion and killed him in the chaos. After that, the cultivator was delighted to find that the light of the mark on his body disappeared. In surprise, he turned around and walked over. Zichen looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "Kill him." Man sure walked forward, his eyes full of killing intent. "You idiot, you actually attacked your own people at this time." Seeing Manshur walking over, the human's eyes were full of horror. He shouted he's from the alien race. "I killed the alien race, not us humans. Who the F***CK is talking to you about us?" The angry Manshur punched the human's head, instantly breaking his defense and smashing his head. Then, with a look of disgust on his face, Manshur kicked the human out of the dragon boat. A spatial turbulence happened to hit him and directly tore his body apart. The crowd, who had been panicking just now, calmed down again because of Manshur's move. They joined forces to fight the enemy. Some of them had the same idea, but they had to give up the idea. Facts showed that humans were the smartest. In addition to Zichen's side, in the other battles, many humans also took the opportunity to kill their alien race companions. It seemed that at this moment they had regained the concept of race and began to fight to the death with the alien race. But they were so smart that they were tricked by their intelligence. After these people returned, none of them had a good ending. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, in order to ensure that the voices and thoughts of the team were unified, no one was allowed to break the rules. This kind of desperate battle lasted for a whole hour. The winner lived, and the mark on his body disappeared, and he was truly qualified. As for the loser, he died. Swoosh! But before the crowd could clean up the battlefield, many of the corpses on the ground disappeared, and even the blood stains were gone. The whole ground became clean, and only the weapons fell to the ground. Some people saw the opportunity and immediately went forward to snatch the weapons. Among them, the 7-colored weapons were the most popular. Zichen's people all withdrew. There were more than 100 people, and when they returned, there were only 70 left. Nearly half of them were killed or injured, but it was still the most of all the forces that returned. At the end of the battle, everyone was qualified, and the dragon boat continued to move forward. Those who were qualified also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the hearts of the experts present started to feel uneasy. If there was a qualification battle earlier, what would happen next? Sydney and the others approached Zichen and asked worriedly, "Will there be trouble next?" Zichen closed his eyes and said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? As long as we are a piece of iron, no one here can do anything to us." Sydney and the others were also relieved when they heard this. After the previous incident, everyone knew that the danger may also come from the dragon boat, and none of them dared to be careless. They continued to refine the dragon crystal and strive to improve their strength. In this constant and unchanging space, it was difficult for everyone to feel the flow of time. After an unknown period of time, the light that had appeared once before descended once more. This time, not only did it cover those who had risked their lives to obtain the qualifications, but it also covered some powerhouses on the ranking. These, Zhang Yongxi stood up and looked at the powerhouses on the ranking. His expression changed, and he said, "The last 20 on the ranking." Everyone looked over and found that the soul-devouring clan, Dax clan, and Imperial Sky Region's humans had an additional 60 powerhouses. As expected, they were all at the bottom of the ranking. It was the same for the other regions. What's going on? Man sure frowned. Everyone, congratulations on obtaining the qualifications. Unfortunately, only those in the top 100 can continue to advance. Now, for the sake of those few rankings, let's fight. That emotionless voice sounded again. As if to prove to everyone that this was not a joke, the dragon boat stopped again. What do we do? Seeing the dragon boat stop, the people who were marked showed flustered expressions. Fight. Those who die will disappear, and those who live will stay. In the distance, Tai Li and the others smiled proudly. This was the ancient dragon boat. From the beginning until now, no one had been able to return alive, and no one knew what had happened in the process. Up until now, they hadn't even seen an enemy, but they had already lost several hundred powerhouses. And now, several hundred more. But was it really as the other party said, that it only accepted the top 100? Zichen frowned and didn't say anything. He felt that this was just the beginning. Chapter 1736. All of this was probably a conspiracy. Those powerhouses who boarded the ship might not have reached the depths of the world, but died in this constant infighting. Vaguely, Zichen remembered what Old Man Schenker had told Longfei. This was a test and choice for human nature. Once they boarded the ship, they would have to face one choice after another. Previously, they chose to abide by the rules, and now they also chose to abide by the rules. What if there were more choices? In the face of this battle, no one was watching a good show anymore. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Under their own eyes, the cultivators who came here died one by one, but they could do nothing about it. This battle lasted for a long time because only the top 100 on the list could enter. For example, Zichen's 3 forces had 3 lists, so they could guarantee 300 people. The significance of this chaotic battle was that the various forces would average out 100 people on each side. The tragic battle finally came to an end. On Zichen's side, more than 130 people went out, and 80 came back. More than 50 people were killed. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the previous mark appeared again. This time, it covered the last 50 people on the list. The voice sounded again, threatening to only take 30 people. On the dragon boat, everyone was no longer calm. If such an endless battle continued, it would eventually be everyone's turn. Zichen finally understood the meaning of constantly making choices. When he came to the dragon boat, he had made 3 choices, and these 3 choices were to give up. He first gave up those who were not qualified, then gave up those who were not on the list. Now he was going to give up the last 20 powerhouses on the list. What would happen next? There would be more battles, and he still needed to make a choice. After the last 50 people died, it would be the first 50 people. If it were Shang Guanhong or Dong Qing who participated in the battle, what would he choose? Would he also give up on them and let them die on their own? Boarding the dragon boat was not an opportunity, but a danger and a conspiracy. How could this be a human choice? It was destruction, real destruction. He wanted to spread the news that the ancient dragon boat was a shocking conspiracy, and he must not be fooled, but it was not realistic at all. Compared to the others, Zichen had one more thing to worry about, and that was Lei Long. Was he still alive after entering the dragon boat? Under such circumstances, a group of powerhouses once again made the choice to give up. The last 50 powerhouses all walked out and started a new round of battle. Fortunately, they could still choose to work together since they had to fight to the death. Thus, in this battle, Zichen's side still had the numerical advantage. The people who came back alive had numb expressions. They didn't feel any joy because the next battle might be between the last 70 and the top 50. Gustin, who had been very pleased with himself, stopped smiling. Their expressions became very serious. During this time, one could hear angry curses. But at this time, what was the use of curses? Zhang Yongxi walked in front of Ziqin and said anxiously, "What should we do? We have to think of something. We can't keep fighting like this, right?" At this time, Ziqin did not panic. He seemed to be quite calm. He found a ray of hope in this situation of certain death and said, "The current battle is based on the forces. If this continues, it will be very advantageous for us." Judging from the current situation, this was indeed the case. Ziqin still had the most people on his side. If the battle continued, as long as they continued to work together, they could kill everyone, including those powerhouses on the king list. But the premise was that everyone had to cooperate fully. But would things really be arranged like this? Another ray of light sprinkled down. This time, 50 people were on each list. However, they were not the last 50, but the top 50, including Ziqin. Swoosh! Swoosh! After being marked by the light, everyone stood up, and killing intent began to surge around them. In particular, the powerhouses on the king list were full of dangerous auras. Don't be nervous, everyone. Congratulations on passing this level. Next, the second floor of the dragon boat will be open for you. There are many small spaces there with a lot of cultivation resources and refining resources, enough for you to use to strengthen your combat strength. But unfortunately, only the top 50 can receive this treatment. The bottom 30 can only stay here. If anyone feels that this arrangement is unfair, you can also challenge the top 50. As long as you win, you can enter. There was some commotion in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who were ranked more than 50 were obviously tempted. The next challenge is a one-on-one battle. No one else is allowed to help. Once you win, your mark will be changed. 51 and 50, with a difference of 1 rank, there was a chance of winning. I'll give everyone 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, if you want a challenge, step forward. As the voice fell, several people stepped forward. On Ziqin's side, 2 members of the Soul Devourers, 2 humans, and 2 members of the Dax tribe stepped forward. As for the other factions, some powerhouses who were very confident stepped forward. Ziqin did not stop these 6 people. They were fighting for him. The battle then began in the center of the dragon boat. It was nothing more than another slaughter. On the battlefield, everyone gave it their all. After 2 hours, the outcome was decided. 5 of the 50th ranked had died, and 3 of the 49th ranked had died. Only these 8 people had succeeded. The other challengers were all dead. As the mark changed, the second floor appeared on the dragon boat. A staircase made of skeletons extended up. After the battle, those who had been marked were faced with a new test. Because no one dared to say whether the second floor had everything as promised, they were all hesitant and did not immediately board the boat. I forgot to say, you only have 20 breaths of time. If no one boards the boat after 20 breaths, it will be considered as forfeiting. As the voice spoke again, the powerhouses no longer hesitated. They all rushed to the second floor as quickly as they could. Everyone rushed up one after another, leaving behind those below the 50th rank. They anxiously watched as these people disappeared. The moment before Ziqin boarded the boat, he glanced at the remaining people. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. The staircase to the second floor had disappeared, and all connections between the first and second floors had been cut off. The voice that had disappeared earlier spoke again from the first floor. "Everyone, you can cheer. I have already helped you send the strongest away. Only one person from each floor can enter the depths of the world. Compared to the powerhouses on the upper floors, you are all lucky. The difference in power between you is not that great. Fight to your heart's content. I only want the strongest among you." The cultivators on the first floor paled. They didn't expect such a situation. There were hundreds of people here, and they only wanted one person. It was obvious that what was about to happen next would be the most desperate battle. How was this a land of opportunity? It was clearly a death elimination camp. Ah. Everyone successfully entered the second floor of the dragon boat. There were large rooms here. Walking into one of them, one would find that there was another world here. Each room was blessed with spatial technology. The area was very large and there were many resources placed in rows. Among them, a set of refining equipment was the most obvious. The blazing earth fire was still burning, and next to the refining equipment was a bookshelf. There were many ancient books on the bookshelf, mainly recording some refining methods. These were the top refining methods, which could be considered to be lost in the battlefield of despair. As everyone continued to flip through the books, they were all shocked. If these things were taken to the outside world, they would definitely be worth a lot. In addition, everyone also saw many cultivation resources, such as a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals, as well as many dragon crystals, and some other resources. There are dragon crystals here, but why is there no dragon origin? As soon as Wu Xie's voice fell, a 2-meter square pool appeared out of thin air in front of them. The pool was filled with dragon origin. Oh my God, there really is dragon origin. Everyone was shocked. Man sure looked at the dragon origin, then at everyone, shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. It can't help everyone break through. It would be better if there were more. The next moment, the 2-meter square dragon origin expanded to 1,000 meters in size. The amount of dragon origin contained was beyond imagination. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. Man sure shouted, "It's true, this is actually true. Oh my God, this is really a treasure land." Wu Xie also had a look of disbelief. Can there really be anything I want? Are there any dragon-shaped weapons? Give me some. Dragon-shaped weapons appeared in front of them again. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they even saw the dragon god Bao and dragon god Arrow among them. Man sure pushed Wu Xie and said, "Look at you! What's the use of dragon-shaped weapons? I want emperor-grade materials. Give me more. I want to refine an emperor-grade weapon." Whoosh! Many emperor-grade materials appeared in front of everyone's eyes, each of them emitting a colorful light. It was very beautiful. Wu Xie continued, "Idiot, why don't you ask for an emperor-grade weapon instead of an emperor-grade material?" In the next moment, several sovereign weapons appeared. Each of them exuded a powerful aura that suffocated the onlookers. These are emperor-grade weapons? It was the first time that everyone had seen an emperor-grade weapon. They all widened their eyes and looked at it carefully. Zichen's eyes narrowed, and he looked very surprised. Man sure said again, "Heavenly Thunder Wings. I want the Heavenly Thunder Wings. They're very cool." A pair of Heavenly Thunder Wings appeared in front of him, and the power of lightning flowed on the surface of his body. Like Zichen's, the Heavenly Thunder Wings had 6 wings. Wu Xie curled his lips and said, "I want the Star Illusion Dragon Spike." The Star Illusion Dragon Spike had the special effect of ignoring defense, and it was once a saint-grade weapon. It was powerful and extraordinary. Then the Star Illusion Dragon Spike appeared. It was exactly the same as Zichen's. It had a unique appearance and extraordinary attack. "I want the Book of Destiny." The fortune teller's eyes lit up. "I want the complete heavenly energy." Shen Tiandao said, looking a little excited. "I want." Everyone was excited. They could get whatever they wanted. It was very magical. Looking at the people who were having fun, Zichen shook his head and said, "All right, stop playing. Is this fun?" Then Zichan waved his sleeve, and everything that happened just now was gone. Chapter 1737. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Moreover, the things they wanted were extremely rare and even unique. For example, the heavenly lightning wings. There was no second such treasure in the world. Zichin, who had stayed with the lightning sacred beast for a while, knew that the heavenly lightning wings had more than 6 wings. No matter how realistic the heavenly lightning wings were, they were fake. Of course, the others also noticed this, but each of them was like a playful child having a lot of fun. This place was full of danger. So Ziqin dispersed these realistic illusions. It's gone. Everything's gone. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment, but they didn't look sad at all. The things they had just seen had all disappeared. There were only a few resources left in the room. To be honest, those resources weren't even worth their attention. This is too stingy. Even if you want to scam people, you shouldn't scam them like this. At least get some dragon origin. Man sure complained unhappily. Everyone, you should be satisfied with these things, right? But I'm sorry to tell you that the second floor is too small. It can't accommodate everyone. Therefore, we only need 50 people from each region. Remember, it's each region. That voice that everyone hated sounded again. Every time this voice sounded, it meant that someone had died. A large number of experts had died. There were a total of 150 people in their region. If they did as the other party said, they would lose 100 people. One had to know that these 150 people were the top 50 on the list. They were the true peak existences of their respective regions. Now, they were actually making these peak existences fight each other. They clearly didn't have good intentions. Ziqin also understood that the purpose of the dragon boat was to exhaust the strongest existences among the invaders. Go look around and see if you can find the guy who spoke. Then bring the others back. Ziqin ordered the others to go investigate. As soon as Manshur went out, he saw a Dax alien coldly looking at Manshur and shouting, "Human, die!" As he spoke, he made a gesture of knocking an arrow. "Are you crazy? Do you think you're holding the divine dragon bow?" Manshur walked up and sent him flying with a slap. Then he walked towards the other rooms. As for the alien who was sent flying, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at his hand and found that it was empty. The divine dragon, Bao, was nowhere to be seen. Shantian and the others who were heading in other directions also encountered the same situation. A moment later, everyone returned with a dozen or so human cultivators following behind them. Shantian said with an ugly expression, "We didn't find that abominable guy, nor did we find anyone from the other regions. The space here has been sealed, and our region has been isolated. Also, many people have been confused by the illusion, thinking that there is a powerful weapon, and have begun to kill each other." Ziqin glanced at the other people around him. There were only about 30 people in the room. There were still a dozen people short of the original 50 people. "Go and find them. Bring everyone here," Ziqin ordered again. Manshur and the rest of the group went out together. There were also a few human experts who went out with them. In this kind of situation, their original allies could become enemies at any time. Everyone had to be careful. In the end, Manshur and the others only managed to find 40 people, and the whereabouts of the remaining 10 were unknown. What should we do now? Kong Qin, who was originally ranked 6th on the martial rankings and was now ranked 2nd, asked. "Sit down and wait," Ziqin said calmly, then sat down cross-legged. "Wait." Kong Qin was puzzled. "Shouldn't we fight?" Ziqin shook his head and said, "We can't fight. If we kill others and are lucky enough to be in the top 50, what if we kill each other? But if we don't follow the rules, then the dragon boat," Ziqin looked at Kong Qin and said, "the dragon boat will stop, right? Do you still think that the dragon boat can really take us to find opportunities? Now that our perception has been greatly blocked, it will greatly affect our combat power. If we continue to kill each other in this situation, it will only weaken our strength. If they rashly went out, they would only die." Everyone had no better idea, so they could only sit down cross-legged with Ziqin and the others. Ziqin looked very calm. He took out another dragon crystal and began to refine it. Ziqin's idea was very simple. That was to not fight. As long as everyone was there and their combat power was the same, they could deal with all emergencies. At this moment of life and death, he was still in the mood to cultivate. Everyone looked at Ziqin and was speechless. There were a total of 7 regions that boarded the dragon boat. Among the 7 regions, the Azure Sky region had the most free time. Because of Ziqin, they only had 50 people, and they were all from the human forces. As a result, they didn't need to fight at all to obtain all the qualifications. The 50 people gathered together in silence, waiting and waiting. They were waiting for the sealed space to open, and then they would charge out with all their strength. They all heard the noise just now, and could guess that many forces would fight among themselves. Gustin was already prepared. As soon as the spatial seal opened, he would kill the Imperial Sky region. This wasn't because of the previous grudge, but because the Imperial Sky region had a dragon-shaped weapon. They must have suffered heavy losses from fighting each other. Even if they survived, they would all be injured and would be easier to deal with. The other regions also began to fight among themselves. This kind of civil war was nothing more than the killing between the various races. In short, as long as 50 people remained in each region, the requirements would be met. The powerhouses on the king rankings were no longer calm. They also joined in the killing of the other races. In comparison, the Imperial Sky region was relatively quiet. The 40 people on the human side all gathered in a room. The sound of killing kept coming from the outside. The group of cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Chen's group of 12 people were all cultivating. They weren't shaken by the outside world. A foreign race person accidentally barged in. He was covered in blood. When he suddenly saw so many people in the room, his expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. No one knew when the massacre outside had stopped. The crowd could no longer hear the sounds of the massacre. Ziqin, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the dragon crystal, suddenly opened his eyes. He said, "We're in trouble." "Not far away," Kongqin said. "Could it be that the two sides have joined forces?" Ziqin said, "Relatively speaking, we're in more danger. They might attack us." In fact, Ziqin guessed wrong. It wasn't that the two sides had joined forces, but that the battle had ended. Human nature was the most difficult thing to guess. One could never accurately predict it. In the face of such a cruel competition, there was no longer any distinction between races. There was only survival of the fittest and respect for the strong. The foreign race person who had just returned to inform them was already dead. He died at the hands of his lord. At this moment, his lord was discussing with a group of black-robed men how to deal with the humans. The most important problem now is how to deal with Ziqin. As long as we kill Ziqin, I believe that the human forces will be like a sheet of loose sand. We'll be at the mercy of others. The one who spoke was Sydney, the first on the general ranking list of the soul-devouring clan. He held a dragon-shaped weapon in his hand, and his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Moreover, Ziqin has the divine dragon bow. He's the biggest threat. We have to kill him first. Next to him, a black-robed man shook his head and said, "We can't kill Ziqin for now. We can't even kill the people around him. Our goal is only to enter the top 50. Sydney insisted, "But Ziqin is the biggest threat." The black-robed man said, "Ziqin is of course a big threat, but he's a bigger threat to the others. Once the battle is over, and we enter the top 50, what if that despicable guy opens the space lock and lets our region fight with the other regions? Who will deal with the experts on the king ranking then?" Everyone was speechless. Indeed, with the divine dragon bow, Ziqin was comparable to the experts on the king ranking. When they were united against the outside world, they needed Ziqin's combat strength. Then what should we do? Everyone looked at the black-robed man. His realm was not high, only the late stage of the 9th level, but he could enter the top 50 of the king ranking list and stand here to discuss things with Sydney. He was obviously extraordinary. The black-robed man smiled ferociously and said, "In this situation, of course, we have to kill." The battlefield, which had not been quiet for long, was once again filled with fighting sounds. It sounded like the alien race and the soul-devouring clan. The two sides were still fighting to the death. Did they not team up? We guessed wrong. Kongqin was confused. Ziqin furrowed his brows, feeling that something was amiss. At this moment, a human walked in from outside. He looked very disheveled. After entering the room and seeing so many people, he was obviously stunned. Then, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He quickly came in and sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The battle outside continued, children. After the cultivator recovered from his injuries, he did not stay. Instead, he turned and left. But before he left, he glanced at Kongqin. After a while, Kongqin got up and walked outside. Then, a few people followed Kongqin out. Just like that, one human cultivator after another left the room. During this time, Man sure wanted to ask, but was stopped by Zichen. Zichen's expression became serious. He said, "Prepare for battle." No one was a fool. They immediately guessed Zichen's intention, and their expressions became ugly. These damn guys. We did this to protect them. Are they repaying kindness with ingratitude? Man sure said angrily, "Here there is only life and death. There is no kindness or hatred. Be prepared. I hope I'm wrong. Otherwise we will be in real danger." At this moment, only Zichen's 12 people were left. Even Zhang Yongxi was nowhere to be seen. The battle outside stopped, and everything returned to silence. Zichen's 12 people waited for an hour, but no one else came in. Zichen's calm face suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately transmitted his voice. "Remember, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Don't believe anyone." Everyone did not know what was going on, but years of habit made them nod and obey unconditionally. Chapter 1738. From the moment they boarded the dragon boat, Zichen's expression had been very calm, but he was not calm now. He immediately issued a mandatory order to everyone. At this moment, Sydney walked in, holding a dragon-shaped weapon and looking alert. After coming in and seeing that Zichen was still sitting cross-legged, he was relieved. Then one cultivator after another walked in from outside the door and stood on both sides. The 11 people all stood up, their eyes full of coldness. After accepting the reality, the cold sweat on Zichen's forehead gradually disappeared, and he was still sitting cross-legged there. Everyone walked in, and there were only 37 people in total. Including Zichen and the other 12 people, there were 49 people in total. When the group of people saw this scene, they were surprised and stunned. They thought there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that they would be killed. Only Zichen was expressionless, as if he had expected this. He slowly raised his head, looked at Kongqin, and said expressionlessly, "Call them out and kill them." The 11 people all looked at Kongqin, their eyes full of disbelief. Facing everyone's gaze calmly, Kongqin shrugged without the slightest guilt on his face. "I had no choice." No choice. Zichen glanced at Kongqin and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yongxi and the team and said, "If I'm not wrong, the person Yongma trusts the most is you." There was a touch of sadness in Zhang Yongxi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He looked at Zichen again and said, "There's no other way. You alone occupy 12 places." Of the 50 places, Zichen occupied 12, and there were 38 left. These 38 places were divided among the 3 forces, and each side had less than 15 places. Sydney looked at Zichen and shook his head in disappointment. "Zichen, I used to admire your character, but now it seems that you are too indecisive. At this time, we should make a prompt decision." Zichen looked at Sydney sorrowfully and said, "Is your so-called decisiveness to kill all the people you trust and use their trust to take their lives?" "Zichen, don't cry crocodile tears here. You guys stayed here without moving, but we had to fight and kill our own people. We're the ones who saved your spot. But instead of being grateful, you're actually making sarcastic remarks," said one of the Dax race members unhappily. His eyes were red, and he seemed to have gone mad. Zichen glanced at this person with disdain. He guessed that the person he had killed was either his own family or his sworn brother. He looked at the crowd and said, "Long Fei once said that when you set foot on the dragon boat, you have to make constant choices. This is also a test of human nature. At first, I didn't understand, but now I do. We don't have to be forced to choose. We just need to stick to our hearts. In fact, I regret it now. In the first qualification battle, I should have stuck to my heart and chosen to protect everyone instead of giving up. Giving up again and again turned into killing each other in the end. Sydney said, "Protect? If the dragon boat doesn't leave, do you want everyone to stay in this empty space for the rest of their lives? At least we can preserve our combat power and deal with any unexpected situation. But now, although the strongest people in the team are left, our overall combat power has decreased by more than half." Sydney still didn't care. "You're still lecturing us now. Do you think it's still useful? It's too late. Everything is too late. The moment we set foot on the dragon boat, we had to face this choice. This is the rule of the dragon boat, and also the law of the dragon boat. Survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected." Sydney spoke slowly and clearly, but there was a hint of madness on his face sometimes. Not only Sydney, but the others were also like this. Under this pressure, they were forced to kill the people they trusted the most. These people's minds were already twisted, and it was only a matter of time before they became crazy. Zichen's lecture was useless now. Sydney spoke again. "We've already dealt with the others. We're here to tell you that we're still a team. We can still be united against the outside world." "A team? United?" Zichen found it funny. "You can even kill your most trusted brothers. Do you think I'll believe that you can be united?" Sydney said angrily, "I told you it was caused by the rules. It has nothing to do with us." The others' breathing also became heavy. They were not a group of cultivators at all. They were almost like a group of wolves who had lost their minds. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged and did not stand up. He said lightly, "What you're worried about is those experts on the king list. The reason why you left us here is that you want me to deal with them. I have to say this is a good idea, but what if things don't develop this way?" Everyone's faces became gloomy. If things didn't develop this way, it was obvious that the next 50 people would continue to be eliminated, and then things would be very unfavorable for them, because Zichen and the other 12 people were a team, but the 38 of them were not. Zichen looked at everyone and said, "Only 37 of you came in, and there are only 49 people in total. It's impossible that you killed one person by mistake. That person should be outside and listening to our conversation right now. If I'm not wrong, it was that person's suggestion that stopped you from attacking me, right? Since you chose to leave me here and didn't come in to see me, do you know me or are you afraid that I'll recognize you?" Looking at everyone's changing expressions, Zichen said lightly, "In that case, it should be an old friend. Yiming, am I right?" Zichen looked at the door of the room. Everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect Zichen to be so smart. As expected of Zichen, you can even guess that. A cold voice came from outside, and a black-robed man walked in. Everyone knew Yiming, but they were stunned when the black-robed man walked in at that moment. They realized that although the man's tone was Yiming's, the aura around him was completely different from Yiming's. "You're Yiming." The fortune-teller frowned at the black-robed man. "Of course." Yiming's voice came again. Subsequently, he reached out slowly and removed the black robe that covered his head, revealing his face. Everyone's expressions changed the moment they saw his face. Man sure even lost his voice and said, "Wharton." The voice was indeed Yiming's, but it had Wharton's face. He smiled ferociously at everyone and said in his deep voice, "It's nice to see you guys again." Yiming's voice changed. It became Wharton's voice. But Wharton's face from before was Yiming's. Both of their faces kept changing. The smile on their faces was getting more ferocious, and their voices were changing too. What's going on? Both of them are in the same body. It's possession. At that moment, Yiming made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Zichen and the rest were breaking through fast enough, but Yiming was even faster than them. He was already on grade 9. Nobody could tell if he was Yi Ming or Wharton at that moment. As for possession, it did not look like it. Both of their faces were changing at will. There was no pain on their faces. Wharton's face looked at Ziqin. Yi Ming's voice came. "I have to thank you for all of this, Ziqin." There was no gratitude in his voice at all. There was only endless coldness and hatred. "After you killed Su Ho, Wharton and I were worried that you would kill us to silence us. Hence, through some connections, we thought of a way to escape from the Imperial Heaven City. After that, we entered an unknown space and narrowly escaped death. That was when we encountered the fortuitous encounter before you." Yi Ming lifted his finger and pointed at his face as he said, "Don't you think it's strange that I look like this? It looks like possession, doesn't it? In reality, it's just a fusion technique that allows us to complement each other. Our souls and bodies complement each other to become a more powerful existence. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to become someone else? The two of them must have experienced a great danger and became like this in order to survive. After the two of them merged, they were considered a brand new life form. You've caused us to become like this, but I didn't kill you. Instead, I stood on the side of righteousness and spared your lives. In the future, when we unite against the enemy, we'll do our best to cooperate with you." This life form made Ziqin feel very uncomfortable. He said calmly, "What if it's still a civil war?" Yi Ming smiled ferociously and said, "If it's still a civil war, then you'll be in danger because I'm not going to let you go." Ziqin looked forward and said, "If there are 50 people and 10 less, what about the next battle of 40 people? You know that someone is deliberately controlling everything. Because of the number of people, no one from the Green Sky region has died until now. Their combat strength is maintained very well. Perhaps that existence will consider the feelings of the Green Sky region and add another battle." Yi Ming's expression changed. He had not thought of this. Similarly, the others were stunned when they heard this. Yi Ming thought about it seriously and said, "It's possible. If 10 more people die, then 10 of you will die. I want you to live. I want Qingqing to live." Ziqin said calmly, "If you kill my brothers, do you think I'll still help you? Do you think I won't take the opportunity to kill you?" Yi Ming said sternly, "Ziqin, you don't have to act so righteous in front of me. In fact, you're more ruthless than us. If there's only one person left alive in the end, I believe you'll kill everyone here. Brothers of life and death? Confidants? You'll kill them all." Ziqin did not argue. He merely chuckled softly. The 11 people next to Ziqin were expressionless. "Everyone, I'm very happy that you've completed the mission so quickly. Next, it'll be a battle of 40 out of 50. The weak will be eliminated and the strong will be left. Good luck." That despicable voice was heard again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Things were indeed as Ziqin had guessed. Yi Ming looked at Ziqin in front of him and shouted, "Kill! Kill Ziqin and the rest first. He's the biggest threat. We must kill him first." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing Yi Ming's words, everyone moved. Manshur and the rest were extremely vigilant, but Ziqin stood still. He was not even prepared at all. 7 colored weapons emitted light one after another and charged toward Ziqin. In an instant, everyone moved. There were even some dragon-shaped weapons among them. However, in the next moment, these weapons seemed to be controlled by some kind of energy. They turned around and stabbed to the side. Pooh, pooh, pooh. One weapon after another was sent into the bodies of their companions, piercing through their chests. Chapter 1739. The group of 11 people were already prepared to fight to the death, but the sudden unforeseen event caused them to be stunned. They stood there as if they had been struck dumb. Those weapons all turned around. None of them attacked them. Instead, they pierced into their companions' bodies. The most important thing was that everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. They wanted to kill Ziqin and kill the others. even if this person was their sworn brother. Zi Chen's expression was calm. He had seen such a scene many years ago. He had also personally felt his heart being pierced. Back then it was only because of a 500-year-old snow ginseng. The weapons pierced into their chests. The energy vibrated. In an instant, more than 10 people died. These people's expressions became crazy. They no longer suppressed themselves. A trace of coldness suddenly appeared on Zi Chen's calm face. In a flash, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a sheathed black saber. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, he pulled out the saber. As soon as everyone's weapons pierced into their opponents' bodies, 9 blended saber lights appeared and swept forward. This was the black saber that Zi Chen had recondensed. Its quality had reached second class. It was only a little bit away from a first-class dragon-shaped weapon. Not only were there 7 color dragon materials, but there were also black divine dragon bones. They were completely condensed and integrated into the saber. Puff, puff, puff. The saber light flashed. It was very sharp. 3 people were directly beheaded. As for the others who were close to the saber light, they hurriedly blocked the saber and flew backward. Kong Chun retreated quickly. At the same time, he shouted at Zi Chen, "Zi Chen, are you crazy? 10 people are enough." Zi Chen's expression was cold. He didn't say anything. The 7-color saber returned to its sheath and slashed forward again. This time, Zi Chen killed 2 people. They were all real experts. They were all ranked in the top 15. Normally, it was impossible for Zi Chen to kill 2 of them with 1 strike. The 11 people behind Zi Chen didn't understand Zi Chen's intention, but they didn't need to understand. They just needed to attack together with Zi Chen. Swoosh! A bolt of azure lightning shot out from between Dongqing's eyebrows, heading straight for the few cultivators who didn't have enough time to retreat. Man Sure followed closely behind, smashing down with his spiked club. A golden figure wearing rainbow-colored armor turned into a ray of light and shot towards the people in front of him, starting to kill. The hidden mist shadow's body alternated between real and illusory as it rushed toward an injured person. Immediately after, the others took action one after another. In the blink of an eye, the small room was shaking with boundless and terrifying energy. A chaotic battle broke out. "Crazy! Zi Chen has gone crazy. Everyone, get out of here first!" Kong Chen shouted and ran out of the door. They had already lost the initiative when they attacked their companions earlier. At this moment, facing Zi Chen's continuous attacks and the small room, they were caught off guard. Everyone retreated one after another, leaving behind 17 or 18 corpses on the ground. There were also 5 injured people who couldn't escape. "What's going on?" Mansher and the others looked at Zi Chen in confusion. It was obvious that he only needed to kill 10 people. Why did Zi Chen still attack? It seemed that he wanted to kill everyone. What if they were united against the enemy? From the beginning until now, Zi Chen's face was covered with frost. At this moment, looking at the 5 injured people, he said coldly, "Kill them." Everyone was stunned again. "No, Zi Chen, don't kill us. We'll join you. We'll definitely obey you. You want to kill us. We were framed." The 5 powerhouses' faces changed drastically, and they begged for mercy in horror. Swoosh! A bolt of azure lightning instantly split into 2 and rushed towards the 2 injured powerhouses. Then, Shang Guanhong slashed forward with her sword, and the powerful sword Qi directly crushed the head of one of them. Puff! A ray of golden light flashed in front of Jin Qingqing and pointed at the chest of one of them. It instantly pierced through his chest and extinguished his vitality. As for the last person, he died in the hands of Zi Chen. There were 12 people in the group. Zi Chen and the 3 girls decisively attacked and killed the 5 injured people. As for Mansher and the others, they were still dumbfounded and confused. After the battle, looking at the more than 20 corpses on the ground, Zi Chen was greatly relieved. He might not be able to save everyone, but at least through this battle, he had minimized the number of deaths. Why? One of them looked at Zichen, and he couldn't understand Zichen's behavior. I just said that I'll only kill 10 people. The next 40 people will definitely be united against the enemy. Even if they're disloyal, at least they'll be considered as a fighting force. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they couldn't understand Zichen's behavior. Zichen looked ahead and was in a state of alert. He said faintly, "They've completely lost their minds. If we continue to fight among ourselves, they'll attack us. If we're united against the enemy and don't trust each other, the strength they'll show may not be able to help us out." Their combat strength wasn't weak, but their realms were too low. Once the two sides were in a hostile state, they wouldn't have any advantage at all. Jin Qingqing said coldly, "If we don't kill them now, we'll be killed later. If the two sides fight, we'll definitely lose. Zichen is exhausting them to the maximum. The real battle is coming." It was indeed a fierce battle. There were 7 dragon-shaped weapons on the other side. Zichen said, "We have to kill them to be safe. Even if it's a group battle, we'll be stronger than those scattered sand. Next, it's time to test us. There may be casualties, but if we cooperate closely, the casualties will be minimized. Remember, this is an order." After so many years, everyone was used to Zichen giving orders. They nodded without hesitation. There are still 15 of them left. The 7 dragon-shaped weapons must be in the hands of the 7 soul-devouring clan. Destiny, summon your energy bodies to resist the attacks. The battlefield is in this room. They'll definitely rush in. Manshur, transform and resist the attacks for everyone. The rest of you cooperate fully. Remember, this is a battle of life and death. Don't be careless. Moreover, this battle is mainly about defense, not merit. Destiny looked at Zichen and asked, "Are we going to kill everyone? What about Zhang Yongxi?" Everyone knew that Zhang Yongxi had a good relationship with Zichen. Moreover, Zichen was indebted to him. Back then, it was Zhang Yongxi who protected Zichen when he intimidated the other forces. Everyone found out later. Zichen said in a deep voice, "He's no longer the Zhang Yongxi of the past. When you see him, attack with all your might. Don't hold back." If he held back, he might get himself killed. Zhang Yongxi no longer trusted him. At this moment, they were enemies. Damn it, what a good plan. Yiming could not help but curse secretly as he led everyone out. He was wrong. It was a mistake to leave Zichen alive back then. He should have killed him with all his might. However, it was clearly too late now. Yiming also did not expect that Zichen, who had always appeared to be kind and weak, would suddenly attack. Actually, this was not difficult to guess. After Zichen saw that there was no hope of protecting everyone, he naturally wanted to protect the people in his team. The only way to protect them was to kill all of them. The number of years Zichen had lived, the number of battles he had fought, the number of schemes he had seen, and the number of people he had killed, Yiming could not catch up to him. He had already calculated and guessed all kinds of situations. I underestimated Zichen. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Sydney's eyes flashed with coldness. Zichen was actually taking a huge risk by doing this, because that voice said that he only wanted 40 people. If the 40 people were to fight against the other forces, the Imperial Sky region would definitely suffer a great loss. They might all be killed. However, if that voice allowed them to continue fighting, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Zichen and the others. In fact, Sydney and the others were already in a passive state. Now that there were only 15 of them left, it was obvious that they had broken off their relationship with Zichen. However, if that voice that represented death asked them to deal with the cultivators from other regions, they would also attack, because they had no choice but to accept the rules of the dragon boat. Therefore, no matter what, Zichen's attack was beneficial to them. Now the 15 of them were in a dilemma. They did not know if they should kill or continue to wait for the next development. "Let's heal our injuries first." Yi Ming's expression was gloomy as he retreated. Obviously, he chose to follow the rules again. Or rather, he chose to be righteous and did not kill Zichen. Instead, he followed the instructions of the voice of death. The same scene did not only happen in the Imperial Sky region, but also in other regions. It was far easier and faster than expected to advance from 50 to 40. This was because the 50 powerhouses who survived in the end all thought that there would be a regional battle next. They suppressed the madness in their hearts and began to discuss the next battle. They were thinking about which forces were weaker, which forces they should attack first, or which forces they should suddenly launch a sneak attack on. However, during the process of discussion, the voice that represented death sounded again. After the previous massacre, everyone did not have any psychological burden this time. They casually sent their weapons into the bodies of their companions beside them. This was the choice and test of human nature. Ever since everyone chose to give up for the first time, they had been giving up. Or rather, after the dragon boat stopped for the first time, everyone chose to protect themselves. Therefore, in the following choice, they protected themselves again and again. Therefore, the last 10 died very quickly. Even the Azure Sky region was quickly separated. They had not participated in the battle yet, but all of them were very cold. They killed their companions almost without hesitation. Their movements were very skillful. It was as if they had deduced such a scene many times in their minds. In order to advance from 50 to 40, there should be 280 people left in the 7 forces, but the actual number was less than 250. This was because previously everyone attacked their companions, and some of them even died together. Chapter 1740. Congratulations to the surviving powerhouses. According to the rules, there are 280 of you left. Next, it should be a battle between the 7 regions, but I realized that the number of people is wrong. It turns out that you guys like to kill each other the most. I'm not angry when I see this. Instead, I'm relieved because powerhouses should walk out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They have no weaknesses, and they're the best in everything. Originally, there were many more segments, but to respect everyone, I've chosen to omit them all. Next, we'll go straight to the top 40, leaving only the strongest powerhouses of the 7 regions. The last 7 people who survive will be able to reach the depths of the world and find pure realm energy. From there, they'll break through to the realm lord that you've always dreamed of. However, the realm lord is just the beginning. If you're lucky enough, you'll have a chance to become the true ruler of this world. This voice rang out in every corner of the 2nd floor, reaching the ears of all the powerhouses who were still alive. Damn it! They're trying to kill everyone. These people were in despair. 39 people would die in the top 40, and there were a few people who were ranked first on the list. The others' chances of survival were slim. The despairing people went crazy at the same time. For the realm lord, for the final ruler, they had to fight no matter what. In the room where Zi Chen was, everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Going to the top 40 was asking everyone to kill each other. Apart from that, the realm lord and the ruler were also very tempting. Everyone's breathing gradually became heavy. Don't be fooled by appearances. We're still too far away from the realm lord. What we need to do now is to survive this battle. Zi Chen's voice echoed in everyone's consciousness. Their breathing gradually became even, and everyone regained their usual calmness. They were the only team in the entire 7 regions that still retained their rationality. Get ready, they might attack at any time. Zi Qin pulled the divine dragon bow in his hand, and spiritual essence surged in all directions. Zi Qin pulled the bowstring fully, and his gaze was fixed on the door in front of him. Behind him, the 11 people were also ready, and their expressions were vigilant. Outside the room, Yi Ming and the rest gathered again. He glanced at the door and said coldly, "If we go in directly, what awaits us will be the dragon god arrow." Everyone's expression changed slightly. It was said that the dragon god's arrow was the most powerful of the dragon-shaped weapons. Zi Chen's full-powered arrow was enough to kill a person. Even with the dragon-shaped weapon, they would not be able to block it. Yi Ming changed the topic and said, "But Zi Qin can only shoot 1 arrow. As long as we dodge the arrow, they're nothing to be afraid of. What he said was true. Zichen's side was weak in terms of overall combat strength, and with the addition of the 7 dragon-shaped weapons on their side, as long as they rushed in, Zichen's 12 people would die, without a doubt. What should we do? Someone asked. Swoosh! Yi Ming's body glowed brightly as 2 silhouettes walked out from his body. One silhouette was the muscular Wharton, while the other silhouette was the former Yi Ming. Yi Ming pointed at the 2 clones and instructed, "The 2 clones will go in first later. You guys follow closely behind. Remember, you have to be quick. If you're late, everyone will suffer heavy losses." In the top 40, they would have to kill everyone except themselves. Although they did not trust each other, they had to get rid of other troubles before killing each other. "Let's go." As Yi Ming's deep voice was heard, the 2 clones entered the room one after another. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow shot out directly at Wharton, who was flying in. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated again, and another arrow shot out. Yi Ming's clone, who came later, was sent flying as well. Subsequently, the rest of them entered one after another. Killing intent surged around them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated twice again, and the 2 powerhouses who came in were sent flying. Whether it was the 2 clones from before or the 2 powerhouses who came later, their lives were not in danger because they were shot by energy arrows. They were not powerful. The 3rd person to enter was Kong Qin, who ranked number 2 on the human commander leaderboard. He had a cold expression as he rushed in. Killing intent surged around him as he glanced ahead. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not help but stop and wanted to retreat. In front of him was Zichen, who had drawn the divine dragon bow fully. The dragon god arrow was aimed at him. The dragon god arrow is still there. How is this possible? He had a look of disbelief. One had to know that he had already shot 4 arrows. Whoosh! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard, causing the entire space to tremble. A loud dragon's roar sounded out as a black dragon rushed forwards. Facing this attack, Kong Qin only had time to put up a defense. His vision was filled with black light. Poof! The dragon god arrow pierced through Kong Qin's forehead. His body flew out involuntarily, and 2 unlucky fellows were sent flying out of the room together with him. After shooting the arrow, Zichen threw the divine dragon bow behind him. Destiny Teller caught it and drew the divine dragon bow. After throwing the divine dragon bow, Zichen's body flashed with lightning. 9 Xing Chun pearls appeared on his chest. Each of the pearls rotated and formed a circle. A violent aura emanated from Zichen. At the same time, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand as he rushed forward. It could be said that Zichen had used all his trump cards and techniques in an instant. The moment he moved forward, his body flashed to the side. He saw a soul devourer at the door holding a dragon-shaped weapon and attacking Zichen. However, before he could make a move, another Zichen appeared behind Zichen, shining with golden light. In his hand, a golden longbow that looked exactly like the dragon god bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon. The arrow that appeared on the bowstring was a golden divine dragon. The golden Zichen was Zichen's soul. The golden divine dragon bow and dragon god arrow were both formed by his soul to deal with the soul devourers. As soon as the soul devourer came in, the soul Zichen released the full moon golden divine dragon bow. A golden dragon rushed towards the soul devourer. The golden dragon arrived, and the threat of death struck. The soul leader's expression changed drastically. He shouted, wanting to use the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand to block the attack. Unfortunately, the soul attack was too fast. At such a short distance, there was no way to dodge it. Poof! As the golden light passed, the soul devourer's body dissipated. His broken soul floated in the air. Even the soul of the person behind him was shaken. Of the 15 people, Zi Chen killed 2 in an instant. At the same time, 2 were knocked out. There were 11 people left. It was a one-on-one situation. However, behind Zi Chen, many people did not move. Only one person in a 7-colored mech rushed out, rushing towards him as if his life depended on it. At the same time, Man Sure displayed the mountain spirit dominating body. His huge body almost took up half of the room. He smashed the mace in his hand forward, causing the entire room to shake. Whoosh! Zi Chen unsheathed his long saber and slashed forward. Clang! Following a clanging sound, a dragon-shaped weapon blocked Zi Chen's attack. The powerful recoil caused Zi Chen's body to sway involuntarily. As for the soul devourer in front, who was not good at physical attacks, he was knocked back. His body staggered, and Zi Chen's golden soul rushed directly into his sea of consciousness. Zi Chen's perfect soul was split into 2 parts. 10% was commanding Zi Chen's physical body to fight, while the other 90% was fighting the soul devourers. Pum! A strong aura surged from the dragon-shaped weapon and hit the figure in the 7-colored mech, causing him to retreat. The armor around his body cracked inch by inch and finally exploded with a loud boom. The armor shattered, revealing the golden figure's face. It was another Zi Chen. However, this Zi Chen looked dull, as if he had lost a soul. This was the energy form summoned by the fortune teller. Its sole purpose in charging forward was to block one attack from the dragon-shaped weapon for Zi Chen. According to the original plan, Zi Chen would die if he was hit by one attack. Although he had 1/10 of Zi Chen's combat power, his opponent was as strong as Zi Chen's real body. However, everyone had overestimated the soul devourer's energy attack. The opponent's attack did not kill Zi Chen. Obviously, he could take one more attack. That's him. Do it. At the back, Shantian pointed at the soul devourers who did not kill Zi Chen with one attack and gave an order. In the next moment, Dongqing, Shantian, Hidden Mist, and the others immediately attacked, launching a long-range soul attack at the soul devourers. Boom! The 5 of them worked together to deliver a fatal attack. The terrifying soul power vibrated, and the soul devourer's head exploded, his body crumbling. Clatter, clatter. In this space that could be called a room or a space, the sound of branches swaying suddenly rang out. Vines appeared on the ground. These vines covered the ground, intertwining with each other. Each of them was as thick as a baby's arm, with barbs on them. The barbs shone with a cold light, a sign that they were poisonous. The vines drilled out from the ground like spiritual snakes, wrapping around the cultivators and entangling them. Bam, bam, bam. However, the vines' lethality was limited. Before they could threaten the cultivators, they exploded. At most, they could only delay the cultivators for a moment. However, in the ever-changing battlefield, a moment was enough to change a lot. Shang Guanhong's original intention was not to stop the cultivators, but to get the 3 dragon-shaped weapons on the ground. During this time, Zi Chen killed 2 soul devourers, while Shantian and the others killed 1. The dragon-shaped weapons fell on the ground, and the others did not have time to pick them up. However, the cultivators had the geographical advantage, so they could only reach here. Zi Chen's soul returned to his body, and many attacks came whistling toward him. At the same time, some of them rushed toward the cultivators behind them. Pooh! Pooh! Zi Chen, who was hit by several powerful attacks, had his black robe torn apart, revealing the rainbow armor underneath. This wave of attack was completely blocked by the armor. However, many cracks appeared on the armor. This was a defensive armor that was second only to the dragon-shaped weapons, but after a round of attacks, it was on the verge of breaking down. Boom! Not far away, the mech Zi Chen's body exploded. He had only appeared to attack once, blocking 2 attacks for Zi Chen before he was blown apart. Mansher was still waving the spiked club in his hand, wildly. His body was covered in wounds, and under his feet were pieces of scales from the shattered rainbow armor. Mansher, retreat! Chapter 1741. Dong, dong, dong. After being hit, Zichen took 3 steps back and spat out 3 mouthfuls of golden blood at the same time. Xin Dao and the others were behind him. Zichen could not retreat and forced himself to stop. Zichen coughed out blood again. The armor on his body that was about to be destroyed was also on the verge of exploding. The supreme defensive armor that took 100 years to refine was shattered after just 2 waves of attacks. It was obvious how strong they were and how dangerous the situation was for Zichen and the others. The enemies present were all experts, but Zichen was not weak either. If it was a one-on-one battle, Zichen was confident that he could kill all of them. However, they were now surrounded. Zichen alone could not withstand it. Zichen's calculation was very high. They had the geographical advantage and obviously had the upper hand, but that was all. After gaining the upper hand in 1 wave of attacks, Zichen and the others' weakness of low cultivation and weak combat power was immediately exposed. Die. As the first on the commander ranking of the Soul Eater clan, Sydney finally began to show his strength. Just like Zichen's previous plan to not target the strongest powerhouse, when he appeared, he did not attack Zichen. Instead, he attacked Manshur. He was strong. Thanks to the 7-colored armor on Manshur, he did not stop. He swept past Manshur and rushed toward Shindao and the others behind. Along the way, he turned into a spirit and rushed into Dark Mantle's consciousness. Dark Mantle's eyes widened and immediately lost focus. After Zhang Yongxi entered, he paused for a moment and did not attack immediately. He looked around and saw a Soul Eater clan member who was knocked back by Manshur and was right in front of him. Die. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately launched a sneak attack on the Soul Eater clan member. Under such circumstances, a sneak attack from a powerhouse of the same level who was caught off guard would be killed in a single blow. Of course, Zhang Yongxi did not do this for Zichen. Under such circumstances, everything he did was for himself. His goal was to snatch the dragon-shaped spear from the soul-devouring clan member. Grabbing the dragon spear, he only glanced at Zichen for a brief moment. Then, with a flash of his body, he purposely went around Zichen and dashed towards Manshur. At this moment, Manshur's battle armor shattered, and Zichen shouted for him to retreat. Pooh! Spear light flashed, and the dragon-shaped spear directly pierced Manshur's lower abdomen. This was also the reason why Zhang Yongxi was unable to quickly reach Manshur's chest. However, this did not stop Zhang Yongxi from unleashing his full strength. A destructive force came out from the dragon spear, instantly crushing Manshur's lower abdomen. At the same time, the force spread upwards, destroying Manshur's internal organs. Then it attacked his mind, preparing to destroy Manshur's soul. Manshur was utterly unable to react in time when facing Zhang Yongxi's attack. No! Zichen's angry shout resounded throughout the entire space. Swoosh! A vine quickly appeared behind Manshur and coiled around his body, pulling him backward. It was Shang Guanhong. She had acted just in time. Damn it! Zhang Yongxi cursed silently. His eyes flashed with anger. It was clearly too late to finish off Manshur with another attack. Zichen's red eyes were already fixed on him. Looking at Zichen's crazy appearance, it was as though he had lost his mind. In this moment of life and death, no one would be afraid of anyone. Zhang Yongxi gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zichen with his spear. He firmly believed that with the dragon-shaped weapon, he would not be weaker than Zichen without the dragon-shaped weapon. Zichen, who was charging forward, transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Zhang Yongxi. Sensing the weak energy in the lightning, Zhang Yongxi was even more confident. In an instant, he even thought that with the dragon-shaped spear he would be able to enter first place on the martial rankings or even the monarch rankings. In his eyes, Zichen was no longer strong, and he had a chance to become the survivor, because if he killed Zichen, he would quietly sneak attack Sydney and then kill the others. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the somewhat distracted Zhang Yongxi's attack speed was not slow. The long spear immediately struck the light of thunder and then shattered it, but only the lightning was shattered, and Zi Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Not good. Zhang Yongxi's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. The dragon-shaped spear in his hand trembled as he tried to turn around. But it was too late. A sharp, barbed weapon pierced through his back and went straight through his chest. Zhang Yongxi lowered his head and looked at the weapon that did not destroy his defensive armor, but pierced through his heart. He was somewhat dazed. At this moment, what appeared in his heart was not the fear of death, but the name of the weapon that had cut off all his hopes. Star Illusion Dragon Stab. The weapon of a starry sky, great saint, had the powerful ability to ignore defense. The dragon stab disappeared in the next moment. Zhang Yongxi felt a light flash beside him. His hand immediately became lighter. The dragon-shaped spear that he had just taken and had not even warmed up had disappeared. His vitality was quickly fading along with the power in his body. He struggled to use the remaining strength to slowly raise his head, wanting to see who would live and who would die in this battle. Then he saw Zichen. Zi Chen was holding the dragon-shaped spear in his hand, and the energy around him was vibrating. Then, in Zhang Yongxi's eyes, Zichen turned into a dragon, an angry and ferocious black true dragon. The black true dragon occupied the entire space. The surrounding energy swept and shook, showing a destructive force. Zhang Yongxi looked at Zichen, who had turned into a black dragon, in disbelief. Of course, he could see that this was the power of man and spear becoming one. But this kind of situation could only be seen by a powerful spear art. Didn't Zichen use a saber? How could he know spear art? Zichen's spear art came from Mo Ling. Back then, Mo Ling was known as the #1 domain realm cultivator in the Imperial Sky region. In their vision, Zichen disappeared. There was only one black dragon left in the entire space. Looking at this black dragon, everyone couldn't tell if it was a black dragon formed by the dragon-shaped weapon or by Zichen's spear art. In short, the black dragon became everything in this space. Roar! The black dragon's body moved slightly, causing the entire space to tremble. The black dragon was furious. It roared, almost shattering the space. In the black dragon, Zichen held the dragon-shaped spear and swept it in a circle. In the outside world, the black true dragon began to circle. A destructive force spread out in all directions. Facing this destructive force, all the experts' expressions changed. They retreated, but the room was only so big. Where could they push? The black true dragon spun in a circle and swept past the crowd along with its powerful, dragon-shaped light. The violent energy kept shaking. The space in the room was distorted crazily, and there were even signs of it collapsing. This force wasn't weaker than a realm lord. Zichen stood in the center with his spear. The energy around him kept spinning and dissipating. In the end, apart from Zichen, there was no one left. Everyone, including the corpses, were sent to the four corners of the room. Dongqing lay on the ground. Her beautiful face was sad. Her eyes were closed, and blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Shang Guanhong was lying beside her, unconscious. Below him was a pool of dark red blood. Man Shi returned to his true form. He leaned against the wall. There was a large hole in his abdomen. His shattered organs could be seen. Occasionally, there would be energy surging, preventing the wound from healing. Wu Xie lay on the side. His mouth and 3 eyes were covered in blood. Beside him was a foreign race expert. His weapon was still stabbed in his opponent's heart. Fortune Teller's face was pale. He leaned against the wall and panted. He seemed very weak. Shen Tiandao sat beside him. There were many deep wounds on his body. The supreme grade king weapon in his hand that was second only to the dragon shape had been broken in half. In comparison, Jean Qingqing's situation was better. Her face was just a little pale, and there were cracks on her 7-colored armor. Wait, her face! Zichen's eyes narrowed when he saw Shang Guanhong's face. There was a deep wound on her beautiful face. The 7 of them were in a bad situation, but they were still alive. Zichen was very gratified. His gaze moved again. He saw Shi Wei, the disciple of an aristocratic family who had been following him. At this moment his eyes were wide open. He lay on the ground. There were no fatal wounds on his body, but there was no soul aura. He was dead. He was killed by the number 1 on the martial board, Sydney. Not far away, Dark Mantle's eyes were wide open. He had lost his life. Misty Shadow's body had been divided into 4 parts, falling in 4 places. The other person's corpse was also incomplete. The battle had lasted less than 10 breaths, but every move was fatal. If it wasn't for Zichen's final eruption, more people would have died. Man Shi, Dong Qing, and the others were only a hair's breadth away from death. If Zichen's eruption had been just a breath later, there wouldn't have been many survivors. Putting away his grief, Zichen raised his head and looked at the last corner. There were still 2 people standing there. One was Sydney, the number 1 on the martial board, and the other was Yi Ming, who was a new life form. Meeting Zichen's gaze, Sydney smiled bitterly and said, "Zichen, you won in the end." His words were filled with disappointment and dejection, but there was also admiration. Even in such a situation, Zichen still insisted on his choice. He was still willing to put himself in danger to protect his brothers who had been through life and death together. And these people also didn't disappoint Zichen. Even in the face of death, they persevered and fought. It was clearly a losing battle, but they had gained the upper hand. The 12 of them had only paid the price of 4 deaths to kill 13 experts. After all, these 13 people were ranked higher than them, and 7 of them had dragon-shaped weapons. Yi Ming shook his head, disagreeing with Sydney's words. Not necessarily. Although they have many people, most of them have lost the ability to fight. As long as we kill 2 of them, victory will be ours. Chapter 1742. Speaking of which, the 7 Soul Eater clan members who had dragon-shaped weapons were rather pitiful. Not only did they have to face the attacks of Zichen's group of 12, but they also had to guard against sneak attacks from the people around them. Other than Sydney, who was the strongest and no one dared to sneak attack him, the other 6 were either killed directly or by sneak attacks. All 6 dragon-shaped weapons had changed owners. Zichen glanced at Sydney, and his cold gaze finally landed on the new life form, Yi Ming. He said, "Although there are few things I regret in my life, I regret letting you live until today." Yi Ming smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for mercy in this world. If I were you, I would have done it long ago." Zichen said, "So I regret it very much. Because I couldn't kill you, I caused the death of several of my life and death brothers today. To make up for my mistakes, or to make up for the guilt in my heart, I promise you that if I can return to the Royal Sky region alive, Shentian Prefecture and Golden Leaf City will no longer have the Yi clan." Yi Ming's expression changed. He said, "This is clearly your fault. Why don't you pursue your own responsibility and instead kill other innocent people? Zichen, you're not perfect either." Zichen said, "I've never thought of myself as perfect. I'm also selfish. I admit that I was wrong this time. I indirectly caused their deaths, but I won't let you go, nor will I let the Yi clan go." Yi Ming smiled and said, "You finally admit that you are very selfish. In fact, I have already seen through it. Your usual behavior is too hypocritical. Unfortunately, you will not be able to go back alive. First of all, you may not be able to kill me. Even if you kill me, you will still have to face Sydney. Even if you are very strong, you will still have to kill your severely injured companions. If we delay a little and wait for them to recover, even if you kill a few of them, you will still have to pay a heavy price. After that, you will still have to face the 6 experts on the king list. You are not that naive to think that he will really leave 7 people alive, right? Let me tell you, it is impossible. Either one or none. Zichen said indifferently, "You're talking about the future. Killing you now is the right thing to do." "No, it's my fault. I'll deal with Yi Ming." Jin Qingqing suddenly spoke. Blood kept flowing out of the deep wound on her once beautiful face. She knew very well that Zichen had spared Yi Ming because he had considered her feelings. She had played with Yi Ming since they were young, and they were considered playmates. Although she was gradually disliking the way Yi Ming did things, she would never kill Yi Ming. When Yi Ming left the last time, he thought that they would never meet again. Who would have thought that such a tragic scene would happen? Zichen had accommodated Yi Ming time and time again because of their friendship in the past. Of course, it was also because of Jin Qingqing. Her forgiveness time and time again had actually been exchanged for such a heavy price. Jin Qingqing was also filled with regret. Ignoring Zichen's questioning gaze, Jin Qingqing insisted, "This is between Yi Ming and me. I'll deal with it myself. Life and death is up to fate." "Hee, life and death is up to fate. Qingqing, you know that there's no reason for me to be merciful at a time like this. Even if I'm merciful and let you kill me, the final winner will still kill you. Your best choice now is to stay aside and heal your injuries. You can come up when the 3 of us fight to the death. That way, your chances of survival will be higher," Yi Ming said. Jin Qingqing said coldly, "As long as I can kill you, I don't mind dying." Yi Ming was stunned when he heard that. He had a stunned expression on his face. This was the first time he had sensed the intense killing intent from Jin Qingqing since he met her. Jin Qingqing picked up a dragon-shaped weapon from the ground and charged at Yi Ming. Subsequently, the duo turned into 2 beams of light and headed out of the room. "Try to buy as much time as you can," Zichen said to Jin Qingqing through voice transmission. Golden light flashed all over his body. Zichen instantly turned from a physical body to a spiritual body. Now that things had come to this, Sydney no longer cared about anything. Instead, he relaxed and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect it to be a battle between you and me in the end. Fine, I'll see if you have any means stronger than Long Fei." Zichen threw the dragon-shaped spear to Shantian. His weapon had already shattered. Then, Zichen turned into a golden light and charged at Sydney. Zichen did not take the dragon-shaped weapon. In the spiritual space, ordinary weapons were useless. Sydney did not underestimate Zichen just because he was 2 levels lower than him. When Zichen reached the spiritual space, the entire spiritual space was dark. Waves of oppressive aura filled the surroundings. Sydney had already activated the soul, devouring divine power. "I'm 2 levels higher than you, and we're fighting in my spiritual space. Zichen, I've taken advantage of you." Sydney's soul appeared, bringing with it an inexplicable pressure. Before they even made a move, Zichen felt a huge pressure from Sydney. Obviously, the first place on the list was not an empty title. This pressure stimulated Zichen's fighting spirit. His body shone with a bright golden light. He said confidently, "I'm invincible in the same realm." The perfect soul gave Zichen the confidence to be invincible. Invincible. Sydney laughed loudly and suddenly flipped his palm. With a flip of his hand, a gigantic palm that was completely condensed from his soul materialized in the pitch-black space and pressed down on Zichen. With the soul pressure and the soul-devouring divine power, if it were anyone else, they would have been unable to move. Zichen's body shone with a golden light, forming a domain of his own. He punched towards the sky. The bright fist light went against the sky and hit the palm. There was a loud explosion, and then it dissipated. "I don't have time to test you here. Let's fight to the death." Zichen shouted. He formed a hand seal, and a dazzling golden finger penetrated the pitch-black soul world, bringing with it a terrifying pressure as it fell towards Sydney. "Good." Sydney clenched his fists and punched towards the sky. He shouted, "Soul explosion!" Boom! The two attacks collided and dissipated once again. The two figures retreated backward. Sydney's eyes flashed as he said, "What pure soul power, what perfect control. Fortunately, we are not at the same level. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago." Zi Qin stepped forward. 9 golden Qin stars appeared in his heart. The 9 stars rotated and connected into one. Boom! Zi Chen's soul power surged violently. Behind him, the pitch-black spiritual world shook violently. A golden fist light, like the fallen Qin, broke through the dark spiritual world and attacked Sydney. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sydney's figure changed, trying to get rid of the killing intent of the fist light. At the same time, he sent out one energy attack after another towards the fist light. Whoosh! After the punch, a sheathed golden long saber appeared in front of Zi Qin. The long saber was instantly unsheathed, and the saber light was like an open fan, extending towards Sydney. Sydney, who had just broken the fist light, had to face the dangerous saber light. He shouted and his soul power surged. It turned into a soul weapon and slashed at the saber light. Bang! Bang! In the energy shock, the saber light was shattered. But in the next moment, Sydney felt a life and death crisis. His face changed, and he turned to look at Zi Qin. He saw a golden dragon bow. The dragon bow was drawn to a full moon. A golden dragon was knocked on the bowstring. The dragon's eyes were cold. Wang. Just as Sydney turned around, the fully drawn bowstring trembled, and the golden true dragon rushed toward Sydney. This was his domain. Logically speaking, he should be able to control everything. But the golden dragon was too fast. Even though Sydney had detected the golden dragon's trajectory, he could not dodge it in time. Puff! The golden dragon arrow hit Sydney's forehead. Then his body was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this world. The divine dragon bow turned into golden light and disappeared. Looking at Sydney, Zi Chen did not look relaxed. Instead, he looked very serious. If it was an ordinary soul devourer clan member, even if the opponent was an expert on the ranking list, Zi Chen was confident that he could kill him with a series of attacks. But the opponent was Sydney, the first on the ranking list. In terms of fighting power, he was even stronger than Zi Chen. However, the continuous attacks just now were all powerful attacks, and even if Sydney could block them, he would definitely not be able to withstand them. As expected, ripples came from the pitch-black spiritual world. Sydney had returned. His aura had become much weaker. There was an arrow wound on his forehead that could not be healed. This was a permanent injury. What a good move. I admire you. Sydney was not angry. His eyes were full of admiration. If he had not made the choice before, many of the experts who had died would have had the same personality as Sydney. Unfortunately, facing such a fatal choice, they could no longer stay true to themselves. Zi Qin, I'm going to show you my strongest move. I've never fought with Long Fei before. Perhaps my soul devourer technique can suppress him. As soon as he finished speaking, soul strength started to surge from all directions and enveloped Zi Qin. There was not a trace of light in the entire world. Even the golden light on Zi Chen's body had disappeared. This was the same soul devourer technique as Kasi. It could suppress all soul power and attack methods. Zi Chen, who had just been extinguished, released golden light again. This time it was a perfect body. Since energy attacks were useless, he would use physical attacks. Thus, Zi Chen, who was shining with golden light, used his soul to create a physical combo. This is impossible. Sydney's incredulous voice rang out amidst the banging sounds. This was his strongest and proudest move. He was confident that he could suppress Long Fei, but he did not expect that Zi Chen would break it as soon as he used it. Zi Chen's attacks fell on Sydney like raindrops. Every time a little bit of the golden energy entered his body. Pum! As the golden energy entered his body, Sydney's body exploded. Chapter 1743. Sydney chose the wrong opponent to deal with Zichen with a suppression god art. After displaying the fleshly combo, Zichen was practically sticking close to Sydney, making it impossible for him to shake off Zichen. This was also the advantage of a perfect soul. All techniques could be evolved. Under Zichen's relentless attacks, Sydney finally exploded. His spiritual world disappeared, and Zichen returned to the room. Sydney's shattered soul danced in the air, and his dragon-shaped weapon fell to the ground with a trembling sound. Looking at Sydney's broken soul, Zichen's expression was a bit complicated. This was a worthy opponent, but because of some choice, the two of them walked on opposite paths. The best way to deal with such an opponent was to let him rest in peace. However, when Zichen turned around to look at the unconscious people, he sighed and stretched out his hand to grab those pure souls. "Come and heal everyone." Zichen gave the pure souls to Shantian and rushed out of the room. Obviously, Zichen was going to help Jin Qingqing. "Don't go." Shang Guanhong, who had already woken up, suddenly stopped Zichen. Zichen was startled and looked at her in confusion. Shang Guanhong said, "The person she doesn't want to see the most right now is you." "But she's in danger, right? Actually, death might be a relief. You're not a woman, so you don't understand women." Jin Qingqing's injuries were permanent and couldn't be healed. For a beautiful woman, disfigurement was indeed more terrifying than death. Jin Qingqing's injuries weren't just disfigurement, but also the death of her companions. She blamed herself more than Zichen. In such a situation, she wanted to die, so how could she ask for help? If she needed help, the battle wouldn't have happened outside. No matter how badly injured everyone was, they could still provide some strength. Zichen was still worried, but he didn't go out. A golden light quietly flew out and went to the battle. The battle there was not going according to Zichen's plan of delaying the battle. Instead, they were going all out to end the battle as quickly as possible. Jin Qingqing half knelt on the ground. The wounds on her body kept bleeding. On her face, there were 2 more permanent wounds. In front of her was a human head. It belonged to Yiming. He was already dead, but there was a ferocious smile on his face, a cruel and ferocious smile. Not far away there was an arm. Beside the arm was a large body and half a leg. Looking at the incomplete corpse, the golden light trembled slightly and retreated. Not only was Yiming dead, but he was also dismembered. Just like the hidden fog shadow he killed, he didn't leave behind a complete corpse. Looking at Yiming's body, Zichen could imagine the regret in Jin Qingqing's heart at that moment. He was also blaming himself deeply, blaming himself for being too weak. The battle was over. Of the over 500 people from the Royal Heaven region, only 8 remained. Zichen, Shen Tiandao, fortune teller, Shang Guanhong, the unconscious Dong Qing, the severely injured Manshur, Wuxia, who had just woken up, and Jin Qingqing. Seeing that Jin Qingqing's life wasn't in danger, Zichen was relieved. He took the soul fragment from Shen Tiandao. After breaking it down, he slowly injected it into Dong Qing's consciousness. Dong Qing's soul was severely injured. His soul was empty. There was only a flickering soul flame that could be extinguished at any time. After Sydney's death, his pure soul landed on the flame. Like fuel, it caused the soul flame to burn and stabilize. After that, Zichen controlled these pure souls and injected them into the soul flame bit by bit, gradually waking Dong Qing up. After a while, the soul flame grew stronger and Dong Qing regained consciousness. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Zichen, who was half naked and covered in wounds. "The battle is over," Dong Qing said weakly. "It's over." Zichen nodded. There was unconcealable sorrow in his eyes. "Where are the others?" Dong Qing asked. Then he slowly turned his head and looked around. His pale face became even paler when he saw the corpses on the ground. Zichen signaled for Dong Qing to recover on his own. Then he walked to Manshur. Looking at Manshur, who had a big hole in his abdomen but was forcing himself to stay awake, Zichen said, "How is it?" Man sure grinned and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." "Of course. That's on the premise that you don't kill me." "I'll kill you right now." Zichen punched Man Sure's shoulder. After that, he took out many pills that were infused with the 7-colored dragon blood. He used his energy to break them and injected them into Man Sure's wound. "It's useless. There's still energy wreaking havoc on it." Man Sure shook his head and said, the energy in his wound didn't disappear. Instead, it kept eroding the wound and stopping the power of the pills. "Zhang Yongxi, this old bastard. I really can't tell. He looks like an old man usually, but when he goes crazy, he's really ruthless." "Ouch, it hurts." Zichen touched Man Sure's wound. The latter cried out. Ignoring Man Sure, Zichen stretched out his hand and released a golden energy. This energy forcefully landed on Man Sure's wound and collided with the remaining energy. "Ouch, it hurts." Man Sure cried out loudly. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. "Don't move. That energy is dissipating." Zichen held Man Sure tightly. "I didn't get killed by Zhang Yongxi. Instead, I'm going to die from the pain." Man Sure's body couldn't help but tremble. It could be seen that the two forces were using his wound as a battlefield. It was really painful for him. In this kind of energy confrontation, Zichen's power had the upper hand. He destroyed that energy bit by bit. As the last energy was dispelled, Man Sure's strong physique was displayed. His wound instantly stopped bleeding. Then it wriggled and showed signs of healing. Coupled with the pills, Man Sure's external wounds quickly recovered. The shattered organs in his body were also regenerating. As long as the soul wasn't damaged, all the injuries on the body could be healed. Everyone's injuries gradually recovered, but they didn't have a relaxed expression. Everyone looked at the door from time to time. There was another person outside. Everyone was very worried about her, but at this time they couldn't help her. Time always passed very slowly when they were deliberately waiting. Finally, Jean Qingqing appeared at the door. When everyone saw 2 more wounds on her face, they subconsciously looked away and pretended not to see. After entering, Jean Qingqing leaned against the corner and sat down. She didn't say a word. Zichen, whose external wounds were gradually recovering, looked at Jean Qingqing and said, "Maybe I have a way to heal your injuries." The so-called permanent injury was actually a force on the wound. This force was no longer a threat to the wound, but it didn't disperse. It forcefully wiped out the vitality on the wound, causing the wound to not heal. This was a special force, but as long as it was dispersed, it could heal on its own. Jean Qingqing touched the scar on her face and shook her head. She said, "No need. This is good." Facing this situation, Zichen didn't know what to say. He could only choose to remain silent. Then, everyone had to face another problem. The other party said that it would be 1 out of 40. But now there were 8 people left. Where should the 8 of them go? After cleaning up their companions' bodies and dealing with the corpses on the ground, there were top-grade royal weapons on the ground. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the 7 dragon-shaped weapons. Zichen waved his hand, and the divine dragon Bao came back. Then Zichen pointed at the 6 weapons and said, "One for each of you." This was the strongest weapon at the moment. Everyone was already tempted, except for the one that Jean Qingqing took. The other 6 could each get one. This black rod was specially made for me. Man Sure took the dragon-shaped black rod without hesitation and quickly refined it. Xin Dao, fortune teller, and the others also took one each. Shang Guanhong, who was good at using swords, took the long black saber. The last long spear belonged to Dongqing. Speaking of which, she was infatuated with spears these days. The 2 women took the weapons. After looking at them for a while, they threw the weapons in their hands to Zichen at the same time. Such a coordinated action stunned the 2. The others were also stunned. Then they showed a look of understanding. This time, Zichen didn't hesitate. He took the saber and spear and began to refine it. At this moment, The voice that represented death sounded again. Everyone, how is the battle going? In each region, I only need one expert. Let's fight. When Manshur and the others heard this voice, their expressions changed slightly. Chen, who had his eyes closed, said, "Ignore it. Heal yourself and recover to your peak strength as soon as possible." On the first floor, the chaotic battle finally ended. The first person stood up from the corpses on the ground. It was Keith of the Soul-Devouring clan. In his hand, he held the 8th dragon-shaped weapon of the Soul-Devouring clan. He was bathed in blood. His soul was very weak, but there was a proud and arrogant smile on his face. Because he won, he was the ultimate winner. Very good. You have become the strongest. You will enjoy the resources of the strongest. Go. Your goal is the deepest part of the world. There are enough resources there to let you break through to the peak of the 9th level and enter the realm of the realm. As the voice sounded, a spatial passage appeared in front of Keith. It led to an unknown place. You can enter the deepest part of the world from here, Keith said, his voice a little hoarse. Keith, who didn't expect anyone to answer, suddenly heard an answer. That's right. As long as you enter here, you can get what you want. When Keith heard this, he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Chen, I hope you are still alive. When the time comes, you and I will fight again. Let's see who wins and who loses. As soon as he finished speaking, Keith took the dragon-shaped weapon and entered the passage. Cassie entered the passage. In the next moment, a colorful spatial turbulence swept over and landed on Kusi's body. Keith didn't even have time to cry out. His body was twisted into nothingness by the colorful turbulence. The dragon-shaped weapon disappeared in the turbulence. At this point, the hundreds of cultivators on the first floor were all dead. At the same time, in the other 7 regions, life and death were determined. Chapter 1744. Among the 7 domains, 6 of them had already decided their fate, and 6 of them had survived. This result wasn't too surprising, because each of them was as strong as Long Fei, or even stronger than him. Only the Imperial Sky region hadn't decided their fate yet. Chen and the others were still sitting cross-legged, healing their wounds. 6 of the domains have already decided their strongest. Everyone still needs to work hard. As long as the last one emerges, everyone will be able to reach the depths of the world, become a sector lord, and finally become a ruler. The voice rang out again, spreading throughout the 7 domains. Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Manshur and the others were no longer calm. What should we do? Everyone looked at Chen, habitually waiting for Chen to make a decision. Chen looked at Manshur and asked, "How are your injuries?" Manshur said, "I'm almost healed." Chen nodded. "Very good. You and Fortune Teller will fight." Manshur was startled. We'll fight to the death." Chen emphasized, "Of course it's a battle to the death. We're all gentlemen, so we have to fight to the death, like gentlemen. Even if we die, we have to die honorably." With that, Chen closed his eyes and continued to refine the dragon crystal. Manshur still didn't understand, but Fortune Teller understood Chen's meaning. He nodded and said, "Come, fight to the death like gentlemen. Go, kill him." As soon as the Fortune Teller finished speaking, a ray of light rushed out from the Book of Destiny. It was Chen. The light held a black weapon in his hand, which was the spoils of war just now. After appearing, he charged at Manshur. Boom! Energy surged, and Manshur, who couldn't react in time, was forced back several steps. "You're serious?" Manshur glared, anger appearing on his face. Holding the dragon-shaped weapon, he charged at the golden light Chen. At the same time, Fortune Teller attacked Manshur with his dragon-shaped weapon. The 2 of them kept fighting in the room, and wave after wave of powerful energy wreaked havoc. Chen, who was cultivating, frowned slightly and said, Out of sight, out of mind. Let's fight outside so that we won't be disturbed. Zi Chen's original intention was to give everyone time to cultivate, but unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the space around the 3 people fighting was isolated. It was equivalent to opening up another battlefield in the room. Everyone was surprised by this, while Zichen fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, Zichen looked at Shang Guanhong and Dongqing again and said, "Wait for them to fight to the death, then you too can fight to the death. Remember, this is a fight between gentlemen." "Okay." Dongqing nodded. It seemed that she never knew how to refuse in front of Zichen. "This is called the Battle of Virtuous Ladies," Shang Guanhong emphasized. Time passed. In the middle of the battlefield, the 3 of them were having a great time fighting. As for the energy shadow, it finally exhausted all of its energy and directly dissipated. In the following battle, the 2 of them also exhausted their energy at the same time and then sat down panting. Man sure looked at Fortune Teller and said, "Just you wait. Wait until I recover. I will definitely kill you." Fortune Teller said with disdain, "With your little strength, it's not certain who will kill who." "Humph, in my eyes, you're too weak. You're just a little taller." After the 2 of them sat down, they went back and forth, belittling each other. Obviously, they were in the middle of another battle. "All right, the 2 of you haven't fought to the death yet. Hurry up and leave. There are still a few more battles waiting for you. Time is of the essence. We still need to break through to Sector Lord and become dominators." Zi Chen's voice sounded from outside the space. Shua. The 2 of them were forcefully expelled. After seeing this scene, Dongqing and Shang Guanhong also walked into the battlefield. Then the 2 of them began to fight. The battle was intense. Wave after wave of energy surged, but they couldn't do anything to each other. Shua, shua, shua. Shang Guanhong pointed out with her jade hand. Streaks of green light transformed into vines out of thin air, trying to trap Dongqing. In Dongqing's sea of consciousness, green spiritual will appeared continuously, extinguishing the vine's life force. The 2 of them fought with all their strength. However, the difference in strength between the 2 wasn't that great. It was hard to determine life and death. Soon, the 2 of them ran out of energy. Their attacks became slower and weaker. As virtuous ladies, the 2 of them who had exhausted all their energy could not possibly sit down and talk to each other like Manshur. They just stared at each other without saying a word. Next, Zi Chen's voice sounded again. The 2 of them were automatically expelled. Wu Xie and Shen Tian Dao entered the battlefield. The 2 of them were the 3rd battle. As for the 4th battle, it was Zi Qin and Jin Qingcheng. Pung, pung. All kinds of sounds of fighting rang out once again. There were 2 people with dragon-shaped weapons. They were fighting to their heart's content. Their fight was tragic and tragic. They had exhausted all their energy. "Don't waste time. It's my turn." Zi Qin couldn't wait. The 2 of them appeared automatically. He stood opposite Jin Qingcheng. The scar on Jin Qingcheng's face had already formed a scar. She didn't try to cover it up. She just stared at Zi Qin. A dragon-shaped weapon appeared in her hand. Zi Chan smiled coldly at Jin Qingcheng. He held his sword and attacked. The 2 of them started to fight. The energy around them was golden. It was more exciting to watch. Soon, the 2 of them encountered the same result. They ran out of energy, but there was no winner. During this time, Manshur and the others didn't watch the battle. Instead, they kept refining the dragon crystals, trying to break through. Zi Chen walked out of the battlefield. He was unwilling to give up. His face was cold. He said with annoyance, "Our combat power is not much different. We are also at the same level. If I have some dragon origin now, I believe I can kill all of you." "Humph, whoever breaks through now can kill." Beside him, Jin Qingcheng snorted. The murderous intent in her eyes was getting stronger. "If that's the case, then let's compete. Let's see who breaks through first." The strongest one will break through last. Man sure stood up and said, Wu Xia, smiled coldly, let's compete. Let's see how many years it will take for us to break through. Shen Tian Dao said, if I have dragon origin, I can break through in a few hours. Unfortunately, dragon origin is a divine item. It's hard to find. The two of them talked back and forth. The hostility in their words was getting stronger and stronger. Dense, murderous intent surged. It was obvious that the 8 of them had completely fallen out. As the strongest, I should destroy everything. If I have dragon origin to break through, I will kill all of you. Zi Chen's cold, murderous intent reverberated in the space. Humph. I, Manshur, am also confident that I can kill all of you. Manshur was not to be outdone. Before I die, I will drag one of you down with me. Wu Xia's eyes showed signs of opening and closing. Since everyone is lacking an opportunity, I will fulfill your wish. Remember, I only want the strongest. Just as everyone was throwing out threats, that voice finally rang out. Immediately after, the space in front of everyone changed again, and the dragon's source appeared. It was a huge amount of dragon origin. The amount was enough for everyone to break through. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the dragon origin. They stopped arguing and quickly went forward to refine the dragon origin. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with excitement. As expected, the dragon origin was real and it was the purest. It could increase everyone's combat power. Buzz. Zi Chen's body trembled. His body turned into a golden vortex, constantly devouring the dragon origin. None of you can be faster than me, Manshur shouted. His body suddenly enlarged. Then he opened his mouth and forcefully sucked the dragon origin. Under the suction, the dragon origin was like a river that was forcefully devoured by Manshur. The others were not to be outdone. They all displayed their unique techniques and began to plunder the dragon origin. A shocking scene happened. The dragon origin was divided among 8 people in a few breaths. Then the 8 of them retreated far away and began to refine the dragon origin to increase their strength. The room suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone was refining the dragon origin faster. After an unknown period of time, a powerful aura surged out of everyone. This aura was infinitely close to the late-stage 9th heaven. Obviously, everyone was about to break through. Before that, Zi Chen's body shone with golden light. Within the golden light, many thunderbolts surged. 9 Thunder Xing Chen appeared on his chest. On the last Xing Chen, a 3rd mark appeared. The 9-star Thunder King physique had been cultivated to the 9-star 3rd mark realm. At the same time, it also meant that Zi Chen's physical body had reached the late-stage 9th heaven. After the breakthrough, Zi Chen opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Thunder wings appeared on his back, and he instantly disappeared. Puff! In the next moment, Zi Chen flashed in front of Manshur. The dragon-shaped spear in his hand pierced through Manshur's chest. You! Manshur widened his eyes and stared at Zi Chen in disbelief. He never thought that Zi Chen would sneak attack him. He slowly lifted his finger to point at Zi Chen. Eventually it fell powerlessly. Manshur tilted and fell backward. Such a scene also alarmed the others. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Puff! Zi Chen had broken through. His strength was stronger, and his speed was unpredictable. His figure flashed in front of Shantian and killed him. Give me your life. Destiny Teller shouted. His body burst out, and he summoned the energy Zi Chen. But as Zi Chen shot his spear, the energy Zi Chen was instantly pierced through. The spear also pierced through Destiny Teller's chest. Filled with disbelief and shock, Fortune Teller fell into a pool of blood. Zi Chen, you want to kill me? Wu Xia stared at Zi Chen, his face full of anger. Die. Zi Chen's voice was cold. He held his spear and moved forward. Everyone, let's go together. Wu Xie shouted and was the first to rush forward. Pum! Zichen's spear directly shattered Wu Xie's body. Then, the spear moved forward and pierced through Dong Qing's chest. Puff! Puff! At the same time, Zichen's spear quickly stabbed twice, killing Shang Guanhong and Jin Qingqing. Go to hell! At this moment, Wu Xie's figure reappeared behind him, and he launched a sure-kill attack at Zichen. Zichen did not turn around. The spear in his hand turned into a light and directly pierced behind him. Puff! Chapter 1745. After breaking through, Zichen didn't wait for his cultivation to break through. He immediately launched an attack, and all 7 of them fell into a pool of blood. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. You're still too weak to fight me. As he spoke, Zichen sat in the middle of the corpses and continued to refine the dragon origin, striving to increase his strength again. Die. However, Wu Xie, who had just fallen, suddenly stood up again and struck Zichen's lower abdomen. Surging energy instantly erupted, and Zichen's powerful body was penetrated. His lower abdomen was badly mutilated. Zichen had clearly suffered heavy injuries from this attack. Wu Xie laughed loudly and said savagely, Zichen, you didn't expect me to be the final winner, did you? Boom! He once again struck out with energy. This time the energy struck Zichen, and Zichen's injuries worsened. Wu Xie laughed complacently and rushed toward Zichen. He held the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand, intending to deal a fatal blow to Zichen. Whoosh! However, just as his attack was about to touch Zichen, a cold-killing intent suddenly flashed in Zichen's eyes. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed out first, piercing Wu Xie's heart. Poof! Poof! 2 sounds rang out one after the other. Both of their weapons had pierced the other's body at the same time. Let's see if you can still survive. Zichen sneered. A destructive energy surged into the dragon spear, and Wu Xie's body instantly exploded. This time, Wu Xie's shattered body didn't reassemble. Zichen pulled out his dragon-shaped weapon and threw it aside. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that his injuries were very serious. This time, although he had one, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Congratulations to the 7 of you for becoming the strongest. However, I need to tell you some bad news. In fact, there is only one sovereign. Only one of the 7 of you can become the sovereign. Therefore, for this spot fight, this was not a surprising voice. More than 2,000 people had boarded the ship this time. After rounds of elimination, only one person was left. Zichen clutched his wound and staggered out of the room. His entire body was filled with a dangerous and tyrannical aura. His eyes were slightly red. This was the state of madness that appeared after killing his sworn brother. Zichen walked out of the rooms. Naturally, the sealed space had long since disappeared. Then, Zichen went to the second deck and saw the other 6 experts. After seeing the 6 of them, Zichen's pupils visibly shrank. The madness in his eyes slowly disappeared, and he gradually regained his rationality. That was because the 6 people in front of him were all experts on the king ranking. Furthermore, they didn't have any major injuries. When Gustin saw Zichen, his eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect him to be the one to survive. According to what he had expected, it should have been Sydney. However, when he thought about how Sydney had been able to push Longfei down, it was obvious that he had some skills. But now, Sydney's injuries were very serious. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking about the dragon-shaped weapon back then, his heart was burning with passion. He subconsciously walked towards Zichen, his eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Gustin, what are you doing? An indifferent voice sounded. It was Lu Jintian, who was ranked 3rd. Gustin turned around and smiled. He said ferociously, Didn't I just say that only one of us can survive? I think we need to kill this guy before resolving our own conflicts. He's just a dying man. Is there a need to do this? Lu Jintian frowned. Is there a need to do this? Gustin looked at the others, a tyrannical aura surging around him. You know he's just a dying man. Why bother? I think it's better for us to fight to the death first. Gumo's soul rippled. He held a bone knife in his hand. The 6 of them were not stupid. Although Zichen was a dying man, he was still a person. There was no need for him to die so early. After the 6 of them fought to the death, the remaining 3 plus Zichen would be able to fight in the second round. If they killed Zichen now, it would be 2 against 1 in the second round. No one wanted to be surrounded, so no one wanted to see such a scene. Gustin smiled. The scar on his face looked like a living centipede. He said, That's good too. Let's find our own opponents. Guemo, are you interested in playing with me? Gustin chose Guemo. One of them was ranked 9th, while the other was ranked 10th. There was not much difference in their fighting strength. That's what I was thinking. Gumo's soul rippled. His mood became very cold. It seems that one of us is going to die. The 6th-ranked Shou Ping looked at the 7th-ranked De and said, Hee, that's good too. De looked at Lu Jintian and Gu Yi. Comparatively speaking, it was better to fight Shou Ping. The last 2 were ranked 3rd Lu Jintian and 4th Gu Yi. There was no need to choose. As for the top 10 on the king ranking, Long Fei had already left. The 5th was not here, and neither were the 1st and 2nd. There were only 6 left. Everyone, since the grouping has been completed, in order to show the fairness of the battle, I have decided to divide you into 3 groups. Don't worry, during the battle, no one will see you fight, so your trump cards will not be exposed in the slightest. Zichen's eyes were filled with annoyance when he heard that voice. He originally wanted to see what kind of tricks these people had up their sleeves, and then think of a way to restrain them. Now that idea was completely destroyed. On the deck, 3 spaces appeared out of nowhere. Gustin and Guemo entered one of them. Then the space closed. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Zichen could no longer see the 2 of them. Shou Ping and Yi walked into the 2nd space. Gu Yi and Lu Jintian walked into the 3rd space. The 3 spaces disappeared one after another. Only Zichen was left on the deck. It seemed very quiet here, but in fact, there were 3 life and death battles between powerhouses on the king ranking. A battle of this level could be considered the highest standard battle in the entire battlefield of despair. This time, the dragon boats covered the 7 regions. Those who boarded the dragon boats were also the strongest powerhouses in the 7 regions. As the dragon boats left, the entire 7 regions fell into a state of shock. In the past, after the dragon boats left, the entire battlefield of despair would be very quiet. There would be no abnormalities at all. However, this time, an unforeseen event had occurred in the entire Earth region. The place where the change happened was the most authoritative commander ranking. Those rankings were the characteristics of the strongest powerhouses in a clan. But in a short 2 years, the rankings changed one after another. First, the names of the powerhouses who were ranked very low on the rankings disappeared. And the disappearance here naturally referred to death. Take the Imperial Sky region, for example. In just a few days, 20 powerhouses on the rankings disappeared. Just as everyone was extremely shocked and guessing what kind of danger the powerhouses on the dragon boats had encountered, the entire rankings changed again. Then 30 powerhouses disappeared all of a sudden. In the following year, the names of the powerhouses disappeared one by one until the final top 50. But the top 50 didn't exist for very long. Then the names disappeared again. During this period, the biggest change was that even Yong Mo died. The changes in the rankings caused people to panic. Later on, people went to the other 2 clans to inquire, but the results were even more shocking. The powerhouses on the 2 rankings were almost all dead. In the end, only a mere 50 people were left alive from the 3 rankings. Good times didn't last long. This situation only lasted for half a month before another change occurred. This time, The number of powerhouses left was reduced to 23. The remaining 27 powerhouses were undoubtedly the true powerhouses. Among them, there were 7 people from the soul-devouring clan left. These 7 people all had dragon-shaped weapons. Among them, the number of humans was the largest. There were a total of 15 of them. Other than Zi Chen's group of 12, Kong Qin, Yiming, and Zhang Yongxi were also alive. The remaining 5 were the strongest powerhouses of the Dax clan. The people who originally thought that they would be able to settle down saw their names disappear again. The first to disappear was Kong Qin. Then it was Dark Mantle, Zhang Yongxi, Hidden Mist, and so on. The forces of the Imperial Sky region were all dumbfounded when they saw their powerhouses' names disappear one after another. Originally, they didn't dare to be certain whether those who had boarded the dragon boats were alive or dead. But now, the rankings clearly conveyed their information. Dead. They were all dead. Kong Qin, who was second on the rankings, was dead. Zhang Yongxi was also dead. 4 of Zi Chen's followers were also dead. On the rankings, the second powerhouse was dead. The first powerhouse was also dead. One by one, they were all dead. In the end, Yiming also died. Even the name of Sydney, who the soul-devouring clan had placed high hopes on, disappeared. Thus, a strange scene occurred on the 3 rankings of the Imperial Sky region. 2 of the rankings were empty. There wasn't a single powerhouse's name on them. On the other hand, there were 8 people on the human side. At this moment, these 8 people occupied the top 8 positions. This situation couldn't help but cause people to panic. They couldn't imagine what kind of danger these powerhouses encountered that caused so many of them to die. They had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. The only thing they didn't think of was killing each other. Now, everyone was deeply worried. They looked at the 8 names worriedly, afraid that more people would die. The same scene occurred in the other 6 regions. Many of the rankings were empty. At the center of the 7 regions, there was a ranking that wasn't very tall, but represented the authority of the 7 regions. It was the king ranking. This was the ultimate ranking. There were only 10 places. The existences on each ranking were comparable to, or even stronger than Long Fei. This authoritative ranking had some changes today. The first change was that the 9th powerhouse on the king ranking, Gumo's name, suddenly disappeared from the 9th position. Gu Siding, who was originally ranked 10th, moved up 1 place to the 9th position. That's right, it was only the 9th position, because the name on the 8th position was no longer Long Fei. It was a new name, Zi Qin. Zi Qin entered the king ranking and occupied Long Fei's former position. Then the king ranking changed again. The name of De Yi, who was ranked 7th, disappeared from the ranking. It meant that he was dead. The name of Gu Yi, who was ranked 4th, also disappeared. Chapter 1746. Zi Qin didn't know if this was intentional or not. The 3 spaces that disappeared one after another reappeared very quickly or at the same time. According to Zi Chen's estimation of time, it had only been a quarter of an hour, but the winner had already been decided. The first one to walk out of the space was Gustin. He was wearing a broken armor, and there was a long scar on his chest. He held a long sword in his right hand, and his left arm had disappeared. He had won and killed Bone Demon, who was ranked at the top, but he had also paid a great price. This scene caused Zi Qin to be very surprised. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Long Fei. He had a very strong technique. Gao Ping walked out of the second space. He was also covered in wounds. Obviously, he had killed De Yi, but he had also paid a heavy price. Lu Jintian walked out of the third space. As expected, he had won and paid a heavy price. Among the top 4 on the king rank, Zi Chen's injuries were considered light. The 3 people who appeared immediately swept their eyes towards Zi Chen, their eyes filled with undisguised, killing intent. At first, none of them wanted to kill Zi Chen, but now, all 3 of them were very willing to fight Zi Chen. In their eyes, Zi Chen was definitely going to die. After killing him, they could still deal with the other one. Take Gustin, for example. His combat ability was much weaker than Lu Jintian's. If they fought to the death, he would definitely die. But things were different with Zi Qin as a buffer. After he killed Zi Qin, Lu Jintian and Gao Ping would have already won. The one who survived might even be seriously injured. In this way, he would have a chance to win. The same logic applied to the other two as well. Looking at the unfriendly eyes of the three, Zi Qin asked, "You just finished a life-and-death battle. Don't you need to rest?" It would have been better if Zi Qin hadn't said that. As soon as he finished speaking, the three moved and rushed toward Zi Qin at the same time. Zi Qin's expression changed greatly. He might have to face the three of them together. "I challenge Zi Qin." Gustin suddenly stopped. He pointed at Zi Qin and shouted, "My opponent is Zi Qin. We have a grudge against each other. I want revenge." "Permission granted." That indifferent voice resounded. A beam of light, transformed from space, landed on Zi Qin, forcibly isolating him from Zi Qin. "Gustin, do you want to die?" Lu Jintian glared at Gustin, his thin face not looking too good either. Gustin smiled proudly and said, "I'm telling the truth. The two of us already have a grudge against each other. Of course, it's best if I do it." Shou Ping said coldly, "If you want to talk about grudges, we all had grudges with him before we came here." Lu Jintian agreed. "That's right. Everyone has a grudge against him. Even if we were to challenge him, Zi Qin should be the one to pick his opponent." "That's fine too. Kid, pick your opponent." That indifferent voice sounded, his tone full of ridicule and mockery. Zi Qin rolled his eyes and said, "Is there a need to choose? Of course it's Gustin. I still have a chance against him." Gustin smiled proudly and said, "You heard that. He picked me as his opponent. It's a wise choice, but there's no chance of survival." Shou Ping and Lu Jintian glanced at Zi Qin, then turned and left. In their eyes, Zi Qin was no different from a dead man. Of course, they wouldn't waste their breath on a dead man. The three of them didn't deliberately rest and started fighting again. Zi Qin was forcibly brought into a battlefield. Gustin walked in after him, his face still full of undisguised pride. After seeing that the space was completely sealed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Now he just needed to end the battle quickly and kill Zi Qin. After that, he would recover from some of his injuries and have a chance to become the last master. "Kid, end the battle quickly," Gustin said, his body full of injuries. "That's what I was thinking." Zi Qin's voice was indifferent. Swoosh! Gustin's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. The thunder wings on Zi Qin's back vibrated. Then he detected some spatial fluctuations and slashed forward. With one attack, a black dragon spread out. As soon as Gustin appeared, he encountered the black dragon. A look of surprise flashed across his face. His right hand released a strong light as he struck forward. The light flashed. The palm print moved forward and hit the black dragon. Boom! The energy collided with a loud sound. The black dragon and the palm print both dissipated. World destruction palm. After destroying the black dragon, Gustin stepped forward. The energy around him surged. He struck toward Zi Qin. A palm print, glowing with black light and carrying an extremely terrifying aura, rushed toward Zi Qin. Along with the appearance of this palm, there was also a powerful spatial pressure. Thunder Emperor Finger. Zi Qin shouted and pointed with his middle finger. The void shook, and a finger imprint emitting the light of thunder descended from the sky, hitting the black palm imprint. Boom! The energy collided. The two retreated. A ripple of energy spread from the center of the battlefield to the entire space, causing the space to shake. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent appeared. Then, a thick sword aura passed through the violent energy and headed toward Zi Qin's face. This sword strike was very fast, and it was also very powerful. Whoosh! Zi Qin retreated. His left hand held the scabbard, and his right hand held the hilt. Suddenly he exerted force. With a crisp sound of the blade, 9 merged blade auras shot toward the sword aura. Bang! 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 The sharp sword aura moved forward and shattered the blade auras. As the 9 blade auras were shattered, the sword aura's power was greatly reduced. Before it reached Ziqin, it disappeared. Gustin's pupils shrank. There was surprise in his eyes. "Kid, I thought I could kill you easily. I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with." Ziqin smiled faintly and said, "Just difficult to deal with? You should know that I still have many tricks up my sleeve." As he spoke, the void behind Ziqin split open. A meteorite appeared and rushed toward Gustin with an unparalleled aura. Boom! Gustin raised his hand to block it. The meteorite's fist aura shattered. The constant collisions of energy affected the wounds that the bone devil had left on his body, causing him to cough up blood. Moreover, losing an arm had greatly affected his combat strength. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Ziqin. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. "It seems that I have to take you seriously. Even if I can only stimulate my potential once, it doesn't matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Gustin's aura began to surge crazily. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the arm that was cut off reappeared. This was the result of stimulating one's potential and suppressing all the injuries on one's body. In a short period of time, one could erupt with the combat strength of one's peak. Ziqin's expression became serious. He put away his long saber and took out the divine dragon bow. Almost without hesitation, Ziqin shone with golden light and fully activated the Thunder King body. He suddenly pulled the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a black light and fell on the bowstring. The essence chi in the surroundings began to surge. As the divine dragon bow absorbed the essence chi, it also quickly absorbed the energy in Ziqin's body. After absorbing enough energy, the dragon god arrow turned into a black dragon. Gustin, who had stimulated his potential, completely revealed his peak combat ability. The smile on his face became even more ferocious. But in the next moment, when he saw Ziqin in front of him knocking the arrow, he was slightly stunned. Then, a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. The bowstring vibrated. Ziqin let go of the bowstring, and the dragon god arrow flew toward him. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Gustin saw a black dragon rushing toward him from afar. At the same time, the space around him was almost completely sealed. In the face of this attack, he could only retreat or meet it head-on. There was no way to dodge, but there was no way to retreat. Sooner or later, he would have to face the dragon god arrow. He gritted his teeth and shouted. He raised the arrow in his hand and blocked it directly in front of him. Puff! The black dragon in front of him quickly turned into an arrow and fell on the weapon in Gustin's hand. But, as expected, the crisp sound did not ring out. Instead, a deep sound rang out. The dragon god arrow directly pierced through the long sword in Gustin's hand and then hit his throat. The powerful force carried his body and flew hundreds of meters away. After shooting the arrow, Ziqin put away the divine dragon bow, and a spear appeared in his hand. He held the spear and rushed forward. Gustin touched the wound on his throat. There was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he used his weapon to block the attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured, even if he did not die. Although he had lost a weapon, Ziqin could only shoot one arrow. Now, it was time for him to unleash his full power. As long as he killed Ziqin and took those weapons, he believed that no matter who won, whether it was Lu Jintian or Shouping, he could easily kill them. Gustin threw away the weapon in his hand. Before he could kill Ziqin, he saw Ziqin rushing toward him with a dragon-shaped weapon in his hand. At this point, Gustin no longer doubted that all the dragon-shaped weapons were in Ziqin's hands. He also rushed forward. He was secretly proud that Ziqin did not take the initiative to open up the distance and shoot another arrow. Although he would not give him the chance, This was Zichen's only chance to win. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief because Zichen had completely turned into a dragon. This was not just the manifestation of a weapon. It was the true unity of man and spear. Zichen's aura disappeared and was replaced by the black dragon's aura. The dragon's might was terrifying. The moment he saw the black dragon, Gustin felt as if he had met the thunder dragon. The aura from both sides was so terrifying. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Zichen. It seemed that his opponent did not just rely on the dragon-shaped weapon to push Longfei down. It was true that he had real skills. He also completely exploded. His body shone with strong light as he rushed toward the black dragon. At this moment, Gustin no longer thought about killing Zichen. He was just trying to save his own life. As long as Zichen's unity with the spear was over, he was confident that he could kill Zichen. It was a good idea, but it was very difficult to do it. Under the black dragon's attack, Gustin almost had no room to fight back. He could only passively defend. Zichen, who was in the middle of the 9th tier, with the dragon-shaped weapon and the enhancement of his spear, was equivalent to a real strong cultivator on the king ranking. As the light of the spear flashed, Gustin's body was covered with wounds. No wonder he was a strong cultivator on the king ranking who had no weaknesses. If it had been someone else, their body would have been cut into pieces. But Gustin only had wounds. There was not even a fatal injury. Under Zichen's continuous attacks, Gustin was desperate. He even regretted choosing Zichen. Maybe he would have had a chance to win against Shou Ping. But at this moment, Zichen's attacks weakened. Obviously, the unity with the spear was over. Gustin, who had been in despair, regained hope. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 1747. Yes, Gustin, who had just rekindled his hope, fell into despair again. This time his despair was so complete that his eyes were filled with despair. Zichen, who had finished transforming into a dragon, put away the dragon spear and took out the dragon god bow. The dragon god arrow, which had disappeared somewhere, appeared again and was knocked on the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a black dragon and circled on the bowstring. Its cold eyes announced Gustin's death. Why? Gustin wanted to roar at the sky. Zichen was obviously weaker than him, but why did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? He hadn't even left a single wound on his opponent's body. It's over. Zichen looked at Gu Siding and said indifferently. He released the bowstring in his hand and the black dragon rushed forward. Gustin had been able to block the attack with his weapon, but now he was seriously injured and could only block it with his body. But his body couldn't compare to the 7-colored dragon. Even the 7-colored dragon had been killed by the arrow, let alone Gustin. The dragon god arrow moved forward, sometimes turning into a dragon, sometimes into an arrow, leaving a black mark in the air. It was a sign that the space had been pierced through. A miracle didn't happen, and the dragon god arrow pierced through Gustin's forehead. This time, Gustin's body didn't fly backward. Instead, he fell backward. As for his soul, it was destroyed by the dragon god arrow. Gustin was dead. A powerful expert on the king ranking had died just like that. And Gustin, who was ranked 9th on the king ranking, had disappeared. Zichen's spiritual senses fell on Gustin's body again and again. After confirming that he was dead, he finally sat down and gasped for breath. He hadn't been seriously injured by the continuous attacks, but he had consumed a lot of energy. He didn't know when the next battle would start. He needed to recover some energy, quickly. When the energy in Zichen's body had recovered to 70%, the space disappeared. Gustin's body was nowhere to be seen, and Zichen reappeared on the deck. On the other side of the deck was Lu Jintian, who looked tired and injured. Beast Skin, who was ranked 6th, didn't manage to counterattack Lu Jintian, who was ranked 3rd. When the latter saw Zichen, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Gustin be the one to come out? Why are you here? Lu Jintian could not help but ask, Why can't it be me? Zichen smiled coldly. Without further ado, he took out the dragon god Bao and nocked an arrow. The essence chi in all directions surged, and the dragon god arrow devoured this energy in a frenzy. A black dragon appeared. Damn it! The power of this arrow was not to be underestimated. Lu Jintian knew that he would not be able to block it with his current strength. He cursed inwardly and began to stimulate his potential a second time. Although this would affect his future path, it was better than dying here. Previously, when he killed the beast's skin, his potential had been stimulated once. This was the second time. Buzz! Zichen released the bowstring, and the dragon god arrow flew straight towards Lu Jintian. Lu Jintian, who had returned to his peak condition, flashed continuously as he tried to shake off the dragon god's arrow. Logically speaking, such a situation was impossible. As long as there was no external force blocking it, the dragon god arrow would hit wherever it was directed. This was because the dragon god arrow locked onto one's aura and vitality, not just a position. However, in Zichen's perception, Lu Jintian's figure flashed as if he had disappeared from this world. Uft! The dragon god arrow finally hit Lu Jintian, but it was not between his eyebrows but his shoulder. The dragon god arrow pierced through, but it only left a little superficial wound. The destructive power did not play its role at all. This was not only because of Lu Jintian's strength, but also because he had just shown a way to avoid the dragon god arrow. Swoosh! After the arrow, Lu Jintian was a little stunned and did not go forward to attack Zichen. Zichen took the opportunity to shoot another arrow. However, this time, a scene that surprised him even more appeared. The moment the dragon god arrow hit Lu Jintian completely got rid of the aura lock and disappeared into thin air, avoiding the attack. After that, Lu Jintian's figure reappeared in the same place. He looked at Zichen with a sneer. Zichen put away the dragon god Bao, knowing that this weapon was no longer useful. It was not that the dragon god Bao was not strong, but that Lu Jintian's means happened to be able to restrain it. After putting away the dragon god Bao, Zichen's expression became very solemn. Then he took out the dragon-shaped spear and rushed toward Lu Jintian without saying a word. Buzz! The energy around Lu Jintian trembled. He took out a long blue saber and charged toward Zichen. Zichen, holding the spear, turned into a black dragon, mighty and ferocious with a violent aura. A storm blew over the entire dragon boat out of thin air, and a violent aura surged. Lu Jintian's expression became much more solemn. The long blue saber in his hand shook, and his whole body shook, turning into a blue cheetah. The moment the cheetah appeared, the temperature of the entire deck dropped sharply, and blue frost appeared on the surface of the deck. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded, spreading through the 9 heavens. Roar! The frosty blue leopard roared toward the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. The black dragon rushed toward the blue leopard and grabbed it. In the center of the black dragon, Zichen pointed his spear, attacking sharply and quickly. Swoosh! The frosty blue leopard's huge body nimbly dodged to the side, directly avoiding the attack. At the same time, it attacked Zichen from the side. Of course, Lu Jintian, who was in the middle of the blue leopard, slashed at Zichen with his saber. Zichen shook the spear in his hand and turned it in an instant, drawing a perfect circle. In the circle, the power of space circulated, neutralizing the attack. Outside, the black dragon swung its tail, colliding head-on with the frosty blue leopard. Boom! Boom! The 2 behemoths continued to attack. Wounds appeared on the behemoths' bodies one after another. In the black dragon, Zichen's expression became more and more solemn. This was the strongest opponent Zichen had encountered, so he had to be very careful. In the confrontation, the frosty blue leopard relied on its agile body to constantly counterattack Zichen, and the wounds on his body gradually increased. Bang! In the end, the frosty blue leopard hit the black dragon's head, directly sending it flying. In the process of flying, the black dragon disappeared, and Zi-Chen's figure appeared. He held the dragon-shaped spear tightly in his hand, but there were wounds on his body. These wounds were deep and shallow, and the deepest of them was so deep that his bones could be seen. Lu Jintian, who was in front, was also in a difficult situation, but much better than Zi-Chen. Although Zi-Chen was able to kill Gustin, he was unable to do anything to Lu Jintian. Furthermore, Zi-Chen was clearly at a disadvantage. He finally felt the real gap between the 3rd and the 10th on the king ranking. Do you have any other means? If not, I'll send you on your way. Lu Jintian shook the saber in his hand and said coldly to Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen said, "The energy consumption is too great. If I don't use it now, I will suffer a backlash." Hearing Zi-Chen's irrelevant answer, Lu Jintian was confused. At that moment, Zi-Chen's body began to glow, but this time it was no longer golden, but silver. This was another kind of energy, obviously different from before. Feeling the second kind of energy, Lu Jintian was surprised. You have another kind of energy in your body." Zi-Chen did not respond. Silver light flashed on the surface of his body, and then golden light began to appear. At the same time, the light of gold and silver began to flow slowly, forming a perfect cycle. Lu Jintian, who had been very calm before, could not remain calm now. He was very surprised. Looking at Zi-Chen in disbelief, he said, "How is this possible? You can control 2 different kinds of energy at the same time." Although the gold and silver energy were both the power of thunder, the aura in them was completely different. Lu Jintian could feel that. Zi-Chen replied indifferently, "Nothing is impossible. 2 kinds of extreme energy can coexist." Having 2 kinds of extreme energy was Zi-Chen's biggest trump card. He rarely used it. After displaying the 2 kinds of energy, Zi-Chen fully released it. Because he had been deliberately suppressing it, he was always distracted. Zi-Chen, who was in his strongest state, had an even more powerful aura surging around him. His face was filled with unprecedented confidence. "I'm invincible among those of the same level." This was not just empty words. With perfect essence, energy, and spirit, coupled with the 2 kinds of coexisting energy that he had never had before, and with Zi-Chen's rule-breaking power that he could barely exert, Zi-Chen had the confidence to be invincible. Swoosh! He rushed forward, thrusting the dragon's spear in his hand. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air. This attack contained a power that could not be underestimated. Clang! Lu Jintian's pupils shrank. He slashed down with his blade, and a spatial crack appeared. The 2 weapons collided, and there was a loud explosion. A powerful force emerged. Taking 2 steps back, Zi-Chen went forward again with his spear. This time, the 2 kinds of extreme energy emerged on the black spear. These 2 kinds of energy formed a perfect coexistence and operation. It was the same move, but it was several times more powerful than before. The previous attack mainly relied on the dragon's spear itself, but this time Zi-Chen's energy was the main force, and the weapon was the auxiliary force. Clang! Lu Jintian used the same method to block, but he was sent flying by the attack. There was a look of horror on his face. "Die!" He shouted. His body rotated, and he turned into a blue frost leopard again. This time, the blue leopard was many times more powerful than before, whether in terms of size or aura. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the blue leopard's eyes. It rushed toward Zi-Chen. Hum! The 2 kinds of energy on the surface of Zi-Chen's body trembled, forming a defense. But under the powerful force, Zi-Chen was sent flying. In the process of flying, Zi-Chen shook his body and turned into a dragon again. But this time it was no longer a black dragon, but a gold and silver thunder dragon with 2 colors. The dragon's eyes stared coldly at the blue frost leopard. Roar! The spear moved and the dragon roared. The gold and silver thunder dragon rushed toward Lu Jintian. The dragon claws stretched forward, energy burst out, and the space was forcibly torn apart. Bang! The dragon claws hit the blue frost leopard. The latter's body trembled slightly, and it was directly sent flying. Lu Jintian's figure appeared, but he also took the opportunity to leave a long scar on the gold and silver thunder dragon's body. At the same time, two figures appeared somewhere on the dragon boat. The two looked the same. They were a pair of twin brothers. Chapter 1748. This was the dragon boat, and everything was under the surveillance of that voice. No one should be outside the surveillance. However, the twins had broken the rules of this place and avoided the perception of that voice. The two of them moved forward in the dragon boat, one in front and one behind. The auras around them were completely opposite. One was blazing like fire, while the other was cold like ice. The places where the two of them stepped were all nodes connected to the space. The nodes belonged outside the space, and every step they took could accurately step on the space node. This was the real reason why the two of them avoided the perception of that voice. While moving forward in the space node, they saw a battle of attrition taking place in the space. They looked down at the space, indifferently watching everything happening in the dragon boat, and saw a cruel scene. Lu Jintian, who was fighting with Zi Qin, would be shocked if he saw the two of them, because the two of them were recognized as the strongest on the king list. The first ranked Yuan Jia, and the second ranked Yuan Hua. Zi Qin, who had shown his trump card, had the confidence of being invincible. With just one strong blow, the frost blue leopard was shattered. Lu Jintian showed his true form and kept retreating. His expression became very serious. The current Zi Qin made him feel a great threat. He held the saber in his right hand and the long saber in his left. The energy around him began to surge wildly. The energy was injected into the saber, which released a dazzling light. Demon, slashing cut. As the cold shout fell, a bright saber light like a waterfall shot out from the tip of the saber. On the dragon boat, the saber light was 100 meters long, carrying a terrible power, and slashed toward Zi Qin. Among the gold and silver thunder dragons, Zi Qin raised his head and pointed the long spear in his hand. A wave of energy shook. Outside, the gold and silver thunder dragons raised their heads, following Zi Qin's movement, and slapped out their dragon claws, shining with two kinds of energy. The void shook violently, and the space twisted wildly, forming a destructive force. Whoosh! The saber light with the unparalleled saber intent fell, cutting through the destructive force and slashing toward the dragon claws with a sonorous sound. The saber light collapsed with a bang, and so did the energy dragon claws. Zi Qin had the confidence to be invincible among those of the same level. But Lu Jintian, who ranked third on the king rank, was not to be underestimated either. Saber light flashed, and a powerful energy was released. Another saber light shot towards Zi Qin. Swish! Swish! Zi Qin continued to attack with his spear, and a dragon's roar resounded through the air. The golden and silver lightning dragons erupted with a terrifying aura, neutralizing one ray of light after another. In the end, the golden and silver lightning dragons dissipated, and Zi Qin retreated. More wounds were added to his body. Lu Jintian was sent flying. Compared to before, he was in a much worse state. There were several bloody holes on his body, and there was even a wound that was completely pierced through by the dragon spear. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. His red eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. He suddenly roared like a wild beast. With a tap of his foot, he charged toward Zi Qin. In an instant, he once again transformed into a leopard shadow. However, it was no longer a blue leopard, but a black leopard that emitted a cold aura. Hum! Zi Qin drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The yin and yang thunder force in his body continued to be transferred to the dragon god Arrow. The originally pitch-black dragon shadow gradually turned into a gold and silver color. This was a mini thunder dragon with dual energy. Its eyes were emitting gold and silver respectively. Zichen released the arrow. The bowstring vibrated as the dragon god arrow was released. The black leopard's figure kept changing, trying to get rid of the dragon god arrow. Puff! The dragon god arrow pierced through the black leopard's body. Zichen attacked with all his strength. Lu Jintian could no longer dodge easily. That arrow had seriously injured Lu Jintian, and he could no longer maintain his leopard form. Zichen flashed up, and the light of thunder flashed around his body. The 9 golden Xingqian stars appeared on the surface of his body and quickly connected together. After that, Zichen began to exert his strength. He punched at Lu Jintian. The latter roared and raised his long saber to slash at Zichen. Lu Jintian's weapon was definitely extraordinary. Even with the Thunder King physique, Zichen would definitely lose an arm or a leg. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed, and he teleported to the side. When he dodged Lu Jintian's attack, he loosened his fist and pointed at Lu Jintian's temple. The momentum of the saber had not dissipated. Facing another attack from Zichen, Lu Jintian could only raise his palm to block. Puff! But in an instant, Zichen's fingerprint broke through his defense and pierced his finger. Lu Jintian felt the pain. The long saber in his hand trembled as he slashed horizontally. After that attack, Zichen's figure disappeared, just in time to avoid the saber. He appeared on the other side and struck at Lu Jintian with his palm. Light flashed and energy fluctuated. Zichen was like a shadow, constantly appearing around Lu Jintian. Lu Jintian's powerful attack lost its original effect against the light. The wounds on his body were increasing, and his injuries were getting worse. However, Zichen was entangled like this, and he would occasionally be hit by 1 or 2 attacks. Not bad. You look very strong. This is how a battle should be. It's either you die or I die. I only want the strongest, and the strongest should have that kind of temperament of who else but me, that kind of temperament where I am supreme. These voices all came from the same place. It was the center of the dragon boat, where the direction of the dragon boat could be controlled. At this moment, in the center of the dragon boat, below a light screen, sat a puppet that was emitting light. Yes, it was a puppet. Its whole body was emitting green light, and it was less than 1 meter tall. The puppet looked at the battle between Zichen and Lu Jintian on the light screen. It kept clapping its small hands and gave comments. The comments spread through the array and were transmitted to every corner of the dragon boat. Looking at the battle, the puppet was so excited that it completely ignored the surroundings. It was said to ignore, but in fact it never cared because this mode had been maintained for a long time, and there had never been any mistakes during this period. The invaders who boarded the dragon boat again and again were aroused by the same words. One by one, for the so-called realm master, the so-called ruler, they killed everyone around them, and in the end, there was only one person. As for the fate of that person, it should be very clear by looking at the dragon boat every time it went back and forth. The puppet never thought that on this dragon boat there would be someone who deliberately hid their figure and avoided its perception. Or rather, there were people who still maintained vigilance after boarding the dragon boat. It was very careless, so of course, it didn't notice that there were already 2 people standing behind it. These 2 people, like it, were staring at the screen in front of them. They were staring at the screen at the 2 people who were about to die. On the screen, there was a burst of dazzling light, and then 2 figures flew out. After Zichen fell, he quickly stood up, but after Lu Jintian fell, he struggled a few times but couldn't stand up. Both of them were covered with wounds, and there were several fatal injuries. They were almost at the end of their rope, but Zichen's condition seemed to be much better. You lost. He looked at Lu Jintian, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently. Lu Jintian wanted to say something, but as soon as his mouth moved, he couldn't help coughing up blood. He stared at Zichen with obvious unwillingness in his eyes. Very good. You have decided the victor. Immediately decide the life and death. the living powerhouse. Hey, what are you doing? The voice that represented death sounded again, but it turned into an accident in the end. At this moment, the puppet sitting on the central platform had been picked up by Yuan Hua, and the two left the center of the dragon boat. Just when Zichen and Lu Jintian didn't understand what was going on, two light shadows suddenly appeared on the dragon boat, and then turned into two figures. One of them was holding the puppet in his hand. The puppet shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? You are disrespecting the great dragon boat master. I declare that you are not qualified to become the realm lord." The puppet was held by the neck, and its body was constantly struggling, but it was unwilling to be outdone and shouted loudly. Hearing the familiar voice of death and looking at the struggling puppet, Zichen and Lu Jintian were dumbfounded. Yuan Hua threw the puppet on the dragon boat and said mockingly, "A mere puppet dares to call itself the dragon boat master." Only then did Lu Jintian notice the two brothers. His expression changed greatly, and he cried out, "Yuan Jia, Yuan Hua, why are you on the boat?" Yuan Jia, who was emitting a cold aura, glanced at Lu Jintian and said, "Why can't we be on the boat and see what you are doing?" Listening to the puppet's words, "You killed all your companions. Impudent, don't be rude." The puppet shouted, "I am the dragon boat master. If you continue to be disrespectful to me, the dragon boat will not move forward, and all of you will die of old age on the dragon boat. Now, I will give you a chance to kill everyone. I only want the strongest, and that strongest will be qualified to sit on my dragon boat and enter the depths of the world to become the realm lord and ruler." The puppet's attitude was still unyielding, but at this moment it was like a clown in the eyes of everyone. Zichen glanced at the puppet and naturally saw that it was just a spiritual object without any cultivation base. He sighed and said, "As expected, we made the wrong choice from the start. Brat, what do you know? The path of the strong has always been lonely, and the standard for the dragon boat to enter the depths of the world can only be one person." Zichen shook his head, no longer listening to the puppet's nonsense. "This standard was set by you, right? You must have been watching us kill each other. You must have seen it many times." The puppet said, "Of course, because only one expert can enter the depths of the world each time. Many people will die each time." Seeing Zichen's disappointed, dejected, and even sorrowful appearance, Lu Jintian couldn't help but laugh. "Zichen, do you think you are the final winner?" "Haha, no, you are not the winner, and neither am I. The final winner will be either Yuan Jia or Yuan Hua. How about it? You killed your companions, but didn't get anything. Do you regret it?" Seeing Lu Jintian's crazy appearance, Zichen had a rare look of pity in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Even now, you still believe this guy's words. You don't naively think that only the strongest is qualified to enter the depths of the world." "What do you mean?" Lu Jintian was puzzled. He looked at Zichen and then at the puppet that was still clamoring. He was very confused.